Chapter 141. Chi-Chi, the slowly flowing lava, occasionally emitted waves of hot air. How many of the warriors present had seen lava before? None. Even Tung Qingshan, with his 2 lifetimes, had never seen lava with his own eyes. The might of this lava completely shocked this group of fearless martial artists. The outcome of those 7 formidable martial artists, not even their bones were left behind, caused the hearts of all the martial artists who were eager to make a move to cool down. What a shocking temperature! Tung Qingshan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Most of the lava lake's surface is golden lava. Only the core is dazzling white lava. Obviously, the temperature of the white lava has reached an unbelievable level. However, the temperature in the inner layer of the golden magma is probably even higher, boiling hot, so hot that it could melt bones in the blink of an eye. Everyone, charge forward and fight for the black fire spirit fruit. Fight for the spirit fruit. Kill. Those warriors who were far away and couldn't see what was happening in the lava lake were still shouting and trying to charge forward. Tung Qingshan furrowed his brows and glanced at the warriors who were shouting and killing in the distance. These troublemaking warriors. I'm afraid that the more experts from the various sects die, the happier these idle warriors will be. At this moment, the young island lord of Qinghu Island, Gu Shiyu, shouted, "Everyone, let's fight for the black fire spirit fruit. However, we can't let the warriors outside cause trouble. Let's work together and kill anyone who tries to charge in or squeeze in." I agree. Tai Hall's Wei Songlong was the first to shout. I agree. Jihong nodded. All the people in the inner layer agreed to give the order, ordering a portion of their subordinates to deal with the outer layer and prevent the people outside from charging in. The passageway was only a few zhang wide. There were only a few warriors who could fight in close combat. Some of the small sects and idle warriors did have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. However, the queue was a few hundred zhang away. Most of the warriors were at the back and could only shout. They couldn't participate in the battle. The number of warriors who could participate in the battle was too little. They couldn't threaten the elites of the various sects. One man holding the pass, 10,000 couldn't get through. The major sects would randomly send out some elites to block the main path and take turns to attack. Immediately, those martial artists who wanted to create chaos and take advantage of the situation did not dare to move. Whoever moves will be killed. Kill! A warrior shouted from behind. What the hell are you shouting for? If you want to charge, then charge. The martial artist in front was enraged. You guys just sit back and watch the show. Do you want me to risk my life? No one was stupid. No one would risk their precious little life for someone else. These cultivators don't have a leader. How can they win? Tung Qingshan could see that the battlefield was only so big. Even those thousands of martial artists are fighting against the experts of the various sects without any regard for their lives. All the sects added up to nearly 1,000 people. He could also kill them all. Moreover, most of these people were just here to watch the show. Who would be willing to lose their lives? In a very short time, the chaotic situation was brought under control. Tung Qingshan glanced at the surroundings of the magma lake. There are nearly 1,000 people from the various forces. Only 200 to 300 people can join the battle in an instant. Lord Commander, Tung Qingshan looked at Ji Hong. Don't be anxious. Whoever stands out now is courting death. Ji Hong sneered. Without absolute invincible strength, it's better to bear with it for now. Tung Qingshan and Guan Lu stood behind Ji Hong. Just as the experts of the various forces were thinking of ways to snatch it, suddenly, a shadow shot towards the center of the magma lake at an extremely fast speed. Almost out of conditioned reflex, almost half of the experts surrounding the magma lake instantly threw out the hidden weapons in their hands, or flying knives, or even randomly picked up stones. Who? A large number of hidden weapons were like a whirlwind, sweeping towards the shadow. Rumble. He could only see a series of blurry cyan saber lights, completely enveloping the figure. Clang, 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 a series of densely packed clashing sounds could be heard. After blocking so many hidden weapons, the figure's speed had also slowed down slightly. One must know that this magma lake was tens of zhong wide. From the edge to the center, there was a distance of over 10 zhong. That's close to 30 meters. A first-rated warrior, with no one to disturb him, would be able to fly up with all his might. Tung Qingshan looked at the figure, but he could have flown up, but was affected by the many hidden weapons. "It's Thunder Godblade, Wu Yu." A voice sounded. It was Thunder Godblade, Wu Yu, a super expert ranked 9th in the Earth ranking. That long hair draped over his shoulders, that sharp gaze, that empty sleeves that fluttered in the wind, and that long saber that shone with a cold light. This completely explained his identity. Thunder Godblade Wu Yu. A skilled person was bold. Thunder Godblade Wu Yu actually dared to snatch the black fire spirit fruit under the eyes of so many experts. It's a pity that an expert of a generation is about to lose his life. Seeing this scene, many people secretly sighed. Even if it was an expert of the Earth ranking, once they fell into the magma, not even their bones would be left. Something's wrong. Tung Qingshan frowned and looked at Thunder Godblade Wu Yu, who was in midair. Swish! There was no trace of panic in Wu Yu's eyes. His left hand took out a book with lightning speed and threw it forward while spinning. The book spun, and when Wu Yu's agile figure landed, he stepped on the book. Ooh! The book was stepped on and fell into the magma. Bang! The surface of the magma flowed into a ball of flame, and the book turned into ashes. Wu Yu also borrowed the force from the stomp and flew another few zhong, directly landing on the black boulder in the middle of the magma lake. Although it sounded slow, it was actually very fast. Not good. Ji Hong, Wei Sanlong, Gu Shiyu, Du Jiu, the black and white elders. The faces of a large group of experts changed. With the strength of the 9th in the Earth ranking, once Wu Yu could establish himself, he would have something to rely on. The people who were more than 10 zhong away would not be able to threaten him. Even if it was difficult to threaten him, they would not be willing to watch him succeed. Ooh! A large number of hidden weapons once again swept towards Thunder Godblade Wu Yu. At the side of the magma lake, Tung Qingshan also held a flying dagger in his hand and stared at the figure with a sharp gaze. Wu Yu, although I have a good impression of you, but at this crucial moment, I can no longer hold back. Just as Tung Qingshan saw the opportunity and was about to make his move, a low, blood-curdling scream sounded from his throat. Just as Thunder Godblade Wu Yu stepped on the black boulder, his right foot burst into flames. It was on fire. Thunder Godblade Wu Yu didn't even have the time to take 2 steps forward to pluck the black fire spirit fruit. Just as Thunder Godblade Wu Yu's right foot landed on the boulder, 1 step, he actually flew rapidly towards the side of the magma lake, the long saber in his hand swiftly deflecting the many hidden weapons. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Get lost! Wu Yu roared and fiercely waved his saber. The warriors in the direction he was flying towards immediately retreated. Wu Yu directly rolled and landed cross-legged on the ground. At the same time, he grabbed his right foot. His right shoe had long been burnt off, and the skin and flesh of his right foot was also burnt red. Blood dripped, and the bones of his toes could be faintly seen. Everyone was stunned. Tung Qingshan also looked at the black boulder in the middle of the magma lake in shock. That Wu Yu stepped on it and immediately turned back. In this process, his foot definitely didn't even touch the black boulder for a second. In such a short period of time, a first-rated warrior's foot was burnt to such a state. Everyone was dumbfounded. That black boulder was scalded to such a terrifying degree. What should they do? Tung Qingshan's gaze fell on the surroundings of the black boulder and the bubbling white lava. That's right. That black boulder seems to be blocking the entrance of the underground magma tunnel. White lava is continuously bubbling out of the surroundings. The temperature of the white lava is unbelievably high, and this black boulder has been in contact with the white lava for many years. How can it not be hot? The ability of steel to conduct heat was very exaggerated. That black boulder was probably a rare or similar to the 10,000-year cold iron. It must be good at conducting heat. Otherwise, it would not be scalded to such an extent. The white lava is extremely hot. This black boulder looks very ordinary on the outside, but the surface temperature of the boulder is at least a few hundred degrees. Tung Qingshan deduced. Quick, give me the cold iron battle boots. Gu Shiyu's voice came from afar. At this moment, many experts had already started to change their boots. That boulder is so hot that ordinary leather boots will be burnt the moment they touch it. We have to rely on the battle boots of our black armored corps. Ji Hong said with a smile. The experts of the Black Armored Corps had a uniform set of heavy armor, not only on their bodies but also on their feet, necks, and heads. Helmets, neck protectors, battle boots. Those battle boots could also withstand swords and sabers. Tung Qingshan, Ji Hong, and Guan Lu were all wearing battle boots. Ji Hong and Guan Lu's battle boots were even mixed with black iron. Tung Qingshan's battle boots were also mixed with the material of the 1,000-year cold iron. Battle boots, made of such precious materials, could not be burnt by the high temperature. They could not even melt. That Thunder God blade, Wu Yu, is a lone wolf and wears ordinary leather boots. Stepping on them is really unlucky. Ji Hong said with a smile. Tung Qingshan looked around. Many experts were changing their boots. Good steel battle boots were very heavy to wear. The pressure on the feet was greater. Therefore, other than the army, most inner-strength experts wore comfortable leather boots. Qingshan, Guan Lu, Ji Hong said in a low voice. Right now, everyone is getting restless. With our little strength, we definitely cannot be the first to stand out. But everyone can't hold it in any longer. Once they all rush out, Guan Lu, you stay here. Qingshan, follow me and kill our way over. Snatch the black fire spirit fruit and the black fire spirit root. Guan Lu frowned. Ji Hong's face darkened. Guan Lu did not say a word and only glanced at Tung Qingshan. Ji Hong looked around. The other experts were also gathering their strength. Ji Hong said in a low voice, Qingshan, you have to go all out later. If we obtain the black fire spirit fruit, the sect leader will most likely give it to you. If we only obtain the black fire spirit root, the sect leader will not be interested in that thing. Therefore, the most important thing for us is to keep an eye on the black fire spirit fruit. Yes. Tung Qingshan held the reincarnation spear and replied in a low voice. Chapter 142. The group of top-notch experts at the side of the lava lake were all ready. Everyone wanted someone to be the first to come out and attract attention, and then they would rush out. Everyone had this idea, so they all paid attention to each other, but no one flew over. Tung Qingshan suddenly turned his head. Phew! In the direction of Qinghu Island's men, a gray figure shot towards the center of the lava lake. Die! No one held back, and a large number of concealed weapons instantly streaked across the sky. A burst of laughter rang out, and a flash of saber light appeared in front of the gray figure. A large number of concealed weapons fell into the lava and melted rapidly, becoming a part of the lava. Dujio. Tung Qingshan's eyes were sharp, and he instantly recognized the identity of the figure. The gray-cloaked figure was the #1 expert of Qinghu Island, Dujio. And on his back, Dujio's saber art was obviously weaker than the Thunder God blade, Wu Yu. He couldn't completely block the concealed weapons coming from all directions. There were holes on his back, but behind the holes was a dark gold color. Could it be the inner armor of the dark gold, godly metal? Tung Qingshan was shocked. The dark gold, godly metal was definitely not weaker than the 10 millennia cold steel. Although the sharpness of the dark gold cold steel was slightly weaker than the purple radiant cold steel, it was more flexible. It was more suitable for making defensive armors. However, it was too expensive, and ordinary people couldn't afford it. Moreover, it was very difficult to get so much dark gold godly metal. Dujio also threw out a book, stepped on the ground, and leaped towards the center of the lava lake. Old Dujio. Ji Hong's expression changed. Go! Ji Hong suddenly shouted in a low voice. Phew! Phew! Tung Qingshan and Ji Hong leaped almost at the same time, bringing along a strong wind as they flew towards the black boulder in the center of the lake. Phew! 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 Tung Qingshan and Ji Hong weren't the only ones who seized this moment. The other experts, such as the black and white elders, leaped at the same time. Their reactions were almost the same. As they flew, they all threw out the concealed weapons in their hands. Their targets were all the same. The one at the very front, Dugio. Dugio was at the front. Only by blocking him would the others have hope. Xiao. Similarly, a stone was shot out from Tung Qingshan's hand. Haha, none of you. Dugio was extremely pleased with himself. The two daggers in his hands swiftly blocked the hidden weapons. From Dugio's point of view, since he was at the front, he would naturally be the first to pluck the black fire spirit fruit. At that time, even if he suddenly threw the black fire spirit fruit at the location of his own troops, he would not be able to escape. The black fire spirit fruit was also obtained without a hitch. Just as Dugio was feeling elated, clang! A stone hit the short saber in the hands of the bald, old man, Dugio. Dugio's smile froze. The frightening power contained in the stone caused the web between Dugio's right thumb and forefinger to rupture instantly. Fresh blood flowed out, and because of the powerful impact contained in the stone, Dugio's entire body was knocked to the side. This caused Dugio's back to face downwards. Belly up. This deviation was fatal. It should be known that when he tilted, firstly, the trajectory of his flight had changed. The place where he landed was the boiling lava flow. Furthermore, he was facing downwards, so even if he wanted to throw something, he wouldn't be able to escape. No! Dugio's triangular eyes were filled with fear. He suddenly twisted his waist, and with the help of his powerful inner strength, he finally managed to turn around. He finally had a chance to escape with his belly facing downwards. However, the moment he turned around, he saw the blazing lava flow right in front of him. With his entire face facing the lava flow, Dugio threw himself onto the surface of the lava flow. He didn't even have a chance to react. From a moment he was knocked off course by the stone to the moment he flipped over and landed on the surface of the lava flow. Not even a breath's time had passed. Dugio only managed to let out half a scream before it stopped abruptly. Chi-Chi, the experts on the lava lake, saw this scene clearly. They saw the expert of Earth ranking, Dugio, the master of Qinghu Island's island lord, lying on the surface of the lava flow with his head buried in the lava flow. In an instant, there was a ball of fire that burned very quickly. In the blink of an eye, all of Dugio's bones and flesh had melted and disappeared. Only the battle boots and the dark golden inner armor were left, sinking slowly in the lava flow. An expert was left with only the battle boots and the inner armor in an instant. Not even his bones were left. Martial ancestor, Gu Shiyu, who was at the side, shouted, Who? Who killed the martial ancestor? The men of Qinghu Island were furious and anxious. However, there were too many people who threw concealed weapons just now. Not only the experts who flew up, but even a large group of experts in the surroundings threw concealed weapons. Among the densely packed, concealed weapons, it was impossible to tell which one was thrown. Impossible. Not many people could even see the trajectory of the stone with their eyes. The stone was too fast. The expert Dugio of his generation, who had dominated for over 100 years, died just like that. The experts on the side of the lava lake sighed in their hearts. Immediately, their gazes fell on the black stone in the middle of the lake. Because at this moment, a group of experts landed on the black stone almost at the same time. There were so many experts, but there was only one black fire spirit fruit. Who would it belong to? So kill. Who? A long saber slashed towards Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan moved his body and hid behind another warrior. At the same time, he kicked the warrior in front of him. The warrior in front of him dodged quickly, and the long sword in his hand stabbed towards a middle-aged man with gray temples. The black stone was more than 1 zhang in length and width. In other words, there were more than 10 people standing on the stone, which was about 3 meters long and wide. What kind of scene would that be? Tung Qingshan's long spear was 9 qi and 6 siyuan. With a wave of his long spear, he could cover the entire surface of the black stone. Therefore, this chaotic battle was extremely tragic and meticulous. Second brother, let's go. An old man suddenly dodged the saber with a metal bridge. Then, he stomped his feet and spun towards the side of the lava lake. In just a few breaths' time, this old man had been hit by the saber. He was lucky this time. If he was unlucky, he would be in trouble. Ooh! A thick saber fiercely slashed towards Tung Qingshan. "You're courting death." Tung Qingshan was enraged. This bald, strong man with a thick saber had actually targeted him repeatedly. The long spear in Tung Qingshan's hand shook and, like a long dragon, fiercely smashed against the saber on his back. Bang! The force shot out in all directions. A head-on collision. What? At the moment when Tung Qingshan's reincarnation spear smashed down, the bald, strong man's expression changed greatly. In this one zhong-wide area, there were so many people fighting. Everyone rarely fought head-on. This was because every time these experts collided, they would collide with a force of tens of thousands of jin. This kind of impact would cause people to involuntarily retreat. The powerful ones retreated the least. The weaker ones retreated the most. The area was small. If they took a step back, they would very likely retreat into the lava flow. The bald, strong man was caught unprepared. His feet left the ground, and he flew backwards. Tung Qingshan only took a step back. Actually, with Tung Qingshan's strength, he didn't even need to take a step back. However, he still needed to disguise himself. Tung Qingshan dodged another expert's sword and thrust the long spear in his hand towards the bald, strong man. The reincarnation spear was 9 Qi and 6 Cun. The bald, strong man's expression changed greatly. He immediately turned in midair, but just as he turned, he saw a shadow shooting towards him from the corner of his eyes. No! The bald, strong man couldn't help but shout. He hastily used the thick saber to block. Bang! The moment the reincarnation spear pierced over, the spearhead shook and changed from a stab to a smash. It fiercely smashed onto the bald, strong man's chest, causing the bald, strong man to be like a meteorite. With a boom, he was smashed into the lava flow. Boom! A ball of flame rose, representing the death of another powerful expert. Go! Another 3 injured experts flew away from the center of the black boulder area, including Tai Yihal's Wei Songlong. From the start of the battle until now, within a short period of time, almost 10 experts had either died or escaped. In just a short while, there were only 6 experts left. The Gui Yuan sect had 2 people, Tung Qingshan and Ji Hong. Xiao Yao Palace had 2 people, Elder Black and Elder White. One was a gray-cloaked, silver-haired old man who wielded a saber. Tung Qingshan had never heard of this person. The 6th person was an old woman with a scar on her face. She wielded a curved saber, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Old White, Elder Black and Elder White exchanged glances and understood each other's thoughts. They knew that among the 6 people on the Black Boulder, the biggest threat to them was the Gui Yuan sect. This was because the Gui Yuan sect also had 2 experts. There were also 2 of them. As for the other 2, they were alone. Qi, a black long sword pierced towards Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan retracted his long spear and forcefully deflected the black long sword. However, immediately after, the white long sword pierced towards him from behind. Obviously, the black and white elders wanted to work together to deal with Tung Qingshan. An inch longer was an inch stronger. However, in a narrow space, they were close to each other. Using a long weapon would be disadvantageous. For many people, in a small space and crowded place, the power of their spear arts would decrease. Phew! At this moment, a cold light swept towards Tung Qingshan. It was the old woman with a scar on her face. Tung Qingshan's facial expression changed drastically. These 3 people want to deal with me first. Tung Qingshan had killed Meng Tian and was famous. Of course, everyone wanted to deal with the experts of the earthly ranking first. Qingshan, be careful. Ji Hong hastily waved the long saber in his hand and slashed towards the old woman. Tung Qingshan's eyes turned cold. The reincarnation spear in his hand instantly moved as fast as a swimming dragon. The spearhead and spear shaft could both be used for defense. The 2 black and white swords were like frost, while Tung Chingshan's spear was nimble and swift. Even if two people attacked at the same time, he would still be able to swiftly block each attack. Look, that Tung Chingshan is so strong. His long spear is actually able to match the black and white elders of Xiao Yao Palace. The black and white elders are both experts of the earthly ranking. Even if they joined forces, they still couldn't kill Tung Chingshan in a short period of time. This Tung Chingshan's spear arts are really good at defense. Everyone was extremely shocked. The black and white elders, Tung Chingshan, and the other four are all famous. However, what kind of person is that silver-haired old man? He is actually able to fight evenly with them. Chapter 143. That old man is quite famous in our Shuyang County. Someone at the side interrupted. His name is Wang Yun. He's a powerful expert in Fanwu City of Shuyang County. However, he can only be considered as one of the top few in our Fanwu City. But now, he can actually fight against the experts of the Earth ranking. I didn't expect this Elder Wang to be so powerful. Only one of the top few in Fanwu City, but he's on par with Commander Ji Hong and Elder Qi Yin of Qingzhou's Goodwater sect. This can be considered close to the Earth ranking. The other warriors sighed in admiration after hearing this. A warrior who couldn't even be ranked first in a small city. His strength could only be imagined. Logically, he could only be considered a decent first-rated warrior. He hit it well enough. Many people secretly remember the name Wang Yun. From today onwards, Wang Yun's name would spread rapidly. The black and white elders teamed up to deal with Tung Chingshan. Ji Hong, the silver-haired old man, Wang Yun, and the vicious woman Qi Yin were also fighting each other. No one paid attention to the magma lake. Gurgle, occasionally bubbles would emerge and heat would spread. This scene was very common. In the depths of the magma lake, a huge creature was hiding at the bottom of the magma lake. The magma flowed slowly, and the frighteningly high temperature couldn't harm this huge creature at all. It was more than 2 zhang tall, 4 to 5 zhang long, and had a terrifying tail that was more than 2 zhang long. It was the red-scaled beast. The red-scaled beast was originally a fire-type demonic beast. Its body was boiling with the power of fire. Once it swallowed the scarlet fire spirit fruit and underwent another transformation, it would be able to spit flames. The power of the flames would be even more terrifying than the magma lake and could easily melt gold and iron. Even innate masters would be afraid of it. As for the magma lake, the red-scaled beast liked the hot environment. Since young, it had been born in a blazing environment. To it, being at the bottom of the magma lake was like bathing. The heat didn't affect it at all. At the bottom of the magma lake, it could even open its eyes. The transparent membrane on the surface of the pupil could easily withstand such a high temperature. Unlike human eyes, not only could they adapt to high temperatures, they could also see in the dark as if it was daytime. It was lurking. As a demonic beast, its hearing was also terrifyingly strong. Its ears could clearly hear the sounds of weapons clashing above. It could even determine the location of each person based on the sounds. No one knew that the red-scaled beast was hiding at the bottom of the lava lake. Tung Chingshan and the other 5 were still fighting. This Tung Chingshan spear art is really amazing. Even when Senior White and I joined hands, we still couldn't do anything to him. Elder Black and Elder White exchanged glances, unable to conceal the shock in each other's hearts. Although the two of them were ranked 69th and 70th respectively in the Earth ranking, it could be considered the end. However, both of them were experts of the Earth ranking. Furthermore, they were in a confined space. My identity cannot be exposed. The silver-haired old man, Wang Yun, dodged Qi Yan's blade. Wang Yun's habits, actions, and smiles, I spent nearly a year to figure them out. Only then was I able to completely replace him and live as him. To live a comfortable life. Once my identity as Wang Yun is exposed, Wei Wuya will definitely come to kill me. I can only play with this group of little guys for a while. Wang Yun brandished his long saber, which was extremely powerful. Just as the 6 experts were fighting each other, boom! the calmly flowing lava river suddenly exploded. Lava splattered everywhere. Even the experts far away at the edge of the lava lake cried out in alarm and hurriedly dodged. However, there was still a small amount of lava that splashed over. When the blazing lava landed on a person's body, the blazing heat would instantly set their clothes on fire and even burn their skin and muscles. The pitiful warriors who were splashed by the lava all cried out in pain. Gee, there was also the smell of meat. However, they were fine and only suffered some minor injuries. The 6 people on top of the black boulder were in trouble. What is that? The 6 people were all shocked. In the face of the splashing lava, the 6 experts all quickly dodged. However, immediately after, they saw a huge head emerge from the surface of the lava lake. Just the head alone was 8 chi, 2 meters long. Such a frighteningly huge head was even taller than an average adult man. Red-scaled beast. Tung Qingshan's expression changed. Red-scaled beast. Cries of alarm could be heard from afar. No one would have thought that the red-scaled beast would actually be hiding at the bottom of the lava lake. The huge red-scaled beast had just emerged from the lava lake. Its bright red, lantern-like eyes stared at the 6 people. Its huge mouth opened, whoosh. A huge stream of lava shot towards the 6 people on top of the black boulder like a sharp arrow. This red-scaled beast can actually swallow lava? It can even spit it out? Tung Qingshan was extremely shocked. The red-scaled beast was already used to high temperatures. It could even withstand its fragile eyeballs, not to mention its mouth and throat. The eruption of lava formed a fan shape and covered the entire black boulder. The 6 experts leapt up at the same time. Boom! The entire body of the red-scaled beast rushed out of the magma. It was over 2 zhang tall and 4 to 5 zhang long, resembling a small mountain. This caused the warriors in the distance to cry out in alarm. The red-scaled beast's terrifying mouth opened wide, and it directly enveloped the expert from Qingzhou, who was also the only woman among the 6, Qian. Qian's scarred face twisted in fear. She let out an angry roar, and the scimitar in her hand slashed towards the attacking red-scaled beast. The red-scaled beast dodged slightly. Clang! The scimitar struck the scales on the forehead of the red-scaled beast, but only left a white mark on the densely packed scales. The red-scaled beast took the opportunity to bite Qian. Crunch! The sharp, crisscross teeth bit down on Qian like a saw. Qian's body was bitten into 2, and one half fell into the lava lake and turned into ashes. The other half was directly swallowed by the red-scaled beast. This scene caused all the warriors to tremble in fear. In a single exchange, Qian had died. Whoosh! Tung Qingshan and the other 4 who had leapt up also landed at this moment, just as they were about to land and were unable to use their strength. Whoosh! The huge body of the red-scaled beast suddenly pounced towards the 5 people. One must know that the surface of the black rock was only about 1 zhang wide. However, the red-scaled beast was a behemoth with a height of more than 2 zhang and a length of 4 to 5 zhang. With its pounce, Tung Qingshan and the other 4 people felt as if a small mountain was pressing down on them. Furthermore, the red-scaled beast's front hooves and sharp claws actually swiped towards them. It didn't dare to grab Tung Qingshan. In its eyes, among the 5 humans in front of it, Tung Qingshan was the most threatening one. Whoosh! Whoosh! The claws on the sharp claws were like 4 sharp blades stabbing towards Commander Jihong and Elder Bai at the same time. Clang! Clang! Ah! The massive red-scaled beast pounce had sent the 5 experts flying. Commander Jihong and Elder Bai, who were struck by the sharp claws, were in an even worse state. The long saber in Jihong's hand was sent flying, and his right arm was twisted into pieces, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Elder Bai's left leg had also been grabbed and broken. Get lost! Get lost! The other 3 also launched fierce attacks. As the Black Elder was sent flying, he fiercely stabbed his sword into the scaled armor. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single crack. Tung Qingshan and the silver-haired old man, Wang Yun, both launched fierce attacks. Boom! Tung Qingshan's reincarnation spear carried an ear-piercing whistling sound as it smashed towards the red-scaled beast. The moment it was about to touch the red-scaled beast, its power instantly increased. Bang! The silver-haired old man, Wang Yun's battle saber, tore through the air and fiercely slashed at the red-scaled beast's body. Roar! The red-scaled beast let out a pained roar, and its huge body rolled on the ground. The attacks from Tung Qingshan and the silver-haired old man, Wang Yun, had both injured it. Good lad. The silver-haired old man glanced at Tung Qingshan. The others were far away, and in addition, Tung Qingshan's move had erupted with its strongest power at the last moment. The time was extremely short, and the people who were far away would not have noticed it, nor would they have the eyesight to determine how powerful the spear was. However, the silver-haired old man could determine it. In this world, among the post-liminary realm experts, this Tung Qingshan can at least be ranked in the top 20. The silver-haired old man thought to himself. The red-scaled beast was sent rolling on the ground by the two of them. Tung Qingshan and the silver-haired old man were also sent flying towards the lakeshore by the impact of the pounce and the recoil. Among the 5 that were sent flying, Tung Qingshan, the silver-haired old man, and the black elder were all prepared. Using the recoil, they were able to fly to the lakeshore. However, Elder Bai and Ji Hong were in a miserable state. They were heavily injured and flew towards the lakeshore. After flying for a short distance, they were about to fall. Elder Bai, the black elder, yelled mournfully. He could only watch as Elder Bai, who had lost a leg, struggled helplessly before finally falling into the magma and igniting into a ball of flames. Lord Commander. On the lakeshore, Guan Lu and a group of people cried out in alarm. Commander. Tung Qingshan's expression also changed. Elder Bai was in a miserable state, and so was Ji Hong. Am I going to die, just like this? Ji Hong was about to fall as he flew backwards. There was nothing he could do. Even Ji Hong could feel a burning sensation coming from his back. Commander! A loud shout resounded in Ji Hong's ears. Ji Hong turned his head to look. He saw the shadow of a spear strike, as if it was hitting a sandbag. This shadow of the spear struck Ji Hong's abdomen. Whoosh! Ji Hong's entire body was thrown into the air, all the way to the lakeshore in the distance. When he landed on the ground, Ji Hong could not be bothered to be happy. He looked in shock at Tung Qingshan, who was floating above the magma lake. Qingshan! Guan Lu was also shocked. On the lakeshore, many people stared at Tung Qingshan. Some were shocked, some were in admiration, and some were elated. Tung Qingshan had struck Ji Hong once. His entire body was affected by the recoil, and he slowly flew in the opposite direction towards the black boulder. This recoil was obviously not enough. Tung Qingshan was still 3 zhang away from the black boulder, and he was about to fall. Below him was the scorching hot magma. Qingshan! Tung Qinghu yelled anxiously. Lord Commandant! The sergeants of the Black Armored Corps yelled anxiously. Tung Qingshan suddenly turned around and faced the direction of the black boulder. With a smile, he brandished his reincarnation spear and smashed it towards the magma below him. Bang! The flat, diamond-shaped spearhead of the reincarnation spear smashed onto the magma, and a powerful recoil acted on Tung Qingshan's body. Like an eagle, Tung Qingshan once again pounced towards the black boulder in the middle of the magma lake. Beside the black boulder, the red-scaled beast's huge head emerged from the magma lake. Its pair of ice-cold red eyes stared at the incoming Tung Qingshan. Phew, the 12th day had ended. Yes, the last day of September. Hee, if I don't cast my monthly votes, they will become invalid. If you have the monthly votes, just throw them at the tomato. You know the voting method, right? Chapter 144. Gurgle, the hot air currents of the magma lake, could not stop the excitement of the surrounding martial artists. They all wanted to see the battle between Tung Qingshan and that monstrous beast. Who? A shadow flew from the edge of the magma lake to the black boulder in the middle of the lake. Tung Shan's sixth senses were sharp. Huh. It was that silver-haired elder. He actually came back. Of the 5 experts that had been sent flying by the red-scaled beast, 1 was dead, and the other was crippled. Even Elder Black was a little frightened. Only this silver-haired old man called Wang Yun flew over again. A post-liminary realm warrior is nothing to worry about. Tung Shan landed on the ground and scurried towards the black fire spirit fruit. As for the red-scaled beast, whose head was leaning against the black boulder, its crimson eyes stared at Tung Shan. Suddenly, a hint of ridicule flashed past its eyes. Between the red-scaled beast's ghastly white teeth, a long red shadow darted out. Like a bolt of lightning, it instantly streaked across the black fire spirit fruit. In that instant, the black fire spirit fruit had disappeared. Only the transparent spirit root was left, rooted in the crack of the black boulder. Evil creature, the silver-haired old man, Wang Yun, who was flying in midair, suddenly shouted angrily, courting death. Tung Shan's face turned ugly. With a loud shout, the reincarnation spear in his hand instantly turned into a flash of lightning and pierced towards the head of the red-scaled beast in the magma lake. Roar! The red-scaled beast let out a proud roar and immediately dove into magma. Puff! The reincarnation spear pierced into the flow of lava and immediately retracted. This red-scaled beast is doing it on purpose. Tung Shan was slightly annoyed. When it sent the 5 of us flying, it had enough time to eat the black fire spirit fruit. But it didn't. It purposely waited for me to come over and let me feel that there was a chance of obtaining the black fire spirit fruit, then suddenly ate it. The red-scaled beast's tongue was like a venomous snake's tongue, extremely fast. In a flash, the black fire spirit fruit was gone. Tung Shan was too late. All of this is obviously under the control of the red-scaled beast. It seems like it still hasn't forgotten the last time I heard it. Tung Shan also realized that the red-scaled beast's intelligence was no less than that of a human. But to me, the black fire spirit root is more important than the black fire spirit fruit. These thoughts only flashed through his mind for a moment. Tung Shan immediately looked at the black fire spirit root that was rooted in the black boulder. The transparent black fire spirit root had a special luster and a mysterious energy faintly flowed within it. It was this energy that was able to nurture a treasure like the black fire spirit fruit. The black fire spirit root contains a mysterious energy. If an ordinary person ate it, they would instantly gain the strength of 10,000 Jin. I don't know if I eat it or if I can fully utilize its energy. Just when Tung Shan was about to pull out the black fire spirit root, a saber light slashed towards Tung Shan. It was the silver-haired old man, Wang Yun. With a cold snort, Tung Shan held the reincarnation spear with one hand and stabbed backwards. He used the end of the spear to stab towards the silver-haired old man, Wang Yun, while Tung Shan used his left hand to pull out the black fire spirit root. Bang! The long saber and Tung Shan's reincarnation spear fiercely collided. Bang! The powerful collision produced a deafening explosion of air. The force of the explosion produced a gust of wind that spread in all directions. It spread in all directions, and ripples appeared on the scorching surface of the lava lake. Tung Shan was shaken to the point that he couldn't help but take 3 steps forward. An expert, an absolute expert, much stronger than Meng Tian. Tung Shan was shocked, but immediately became excited. Tung Shan laughed out loud. At the same time, he spun around like lightning. The reincarnation spear drew an arc in the air and smashed towards the silver-haired old man's head with a visible force. Clang! Tung Shan could clearly feel the strange vibration coming from the spear and said, "What a powerful expert! He doesn't reveal himself. There is no such person in the Earth ranking. I don't know where he came from. He must be an expert who has trained hard for decades and is very good at enduring." The spear in Tung Shan's hand was very fast. Swish! Tung Shan pulled the spear shaft and a silver light flashed. The spearhead fiercely pierced forward. The air whistled as it attacked like a bolt of lightning. Clang! The silver-haired old man had just blocked the spear when he felt the strange spiral force contained in the spear. It was as if the saber in his hand was going to be swept away. The silver-haired old man's heart sank. Oof, I can't waste time with this kid. Let's finish this quickly. A series of dazzling saber lights could be heard. Who? 9 saber lights appeared, but at the same time, there were lightning-fast spear shadows. Every spear shadow collided with a saber light. At the moment when they exchanged blows, the silver-haired old man lowered his body and, like a fish, darted to the side of the black fire spirit root. The strangest thing was his left hand, which easily waved. Even with Tung Qingshan's eyesight, he could barely see a mirage. The black fire spirit root was gone. Haha, Tung Qingshan, you are indeed an expert of the younger generation. This old man has trained hard for decades and is only slightly better than you. With a loud laugh, the silver-haired old man's figure had already reached the center of the lava lake. Leave the black fire spirit root behind. Tung Qingshan roared and also stepped on the black boulder, darting to the side of the lava lake. However, Tung Qingshan was very shocked in his heart. This old man, in that instant, every saber strike contained at least 100,000 gene of force. Furthermore, under that kind of situation, he was still able to display an extremely strange movement technique. Even I couldn't react in time. Strange. That's right, it was strange. Tung Qingshan even thought that in terms of agility, even if he used all his strength, it would still be difficult for him to compete with his opponent. This old man should be able to rank in the top few of the Earth ranking. Tung Qingshan could not let his opponent go. Not only did he want to fight with him, but he also wanted to fight with him. Not only did he want to fight, but most importantly, the black fire spirit root. Tung Qingshan was determined to get it. The silver-haired old man was actually flying towards Qinghu Island's side. Stop him! The young island lord of Qinghu Island, Gu Shiyu, roared. The experts behind him moved in unison. Some of them took out their long spears, and dozens of spear shadows flew towards the silver-haired old man like a fishing net. The silver-haired old man landed on the side of the lake and immediately dodged. Phew! Like a fish, he darted into the group of Qinghu Island experts. Ah! With a series of screams and blood splattering, the silver-haired old man easily rushed out of the group of Qinghu Island's men. Kill him and take the black fire spirit root. He's only one person. He can't defeat us. Someone shouted. However, it was obvious that most of the warriors watching from behind did not want to covet the black fire spirit root. The black fire spirit root could easily create a first-rated warrior. It could even improve one's physique. However, ordinary warriors would not be able to protect it even if they obtained it. After darting past Qinghu Island's obstruction, the silver-haired old man was like a fish in the sea, nimbly darting away. Don't run, Tung Qingshan roared. His speed instantly increased by 30 to 40% as he chased after the silver-haired old man. The two experts, one fleeing and the other chasing, disappeared from the sight of the experts in the blink of an eye. Now, the black fire spirit root and black fire spirit fruit were no longer in the center of the lava lake. Of course, the red-scaled beast might be lurking at the bottom of the lava, but no one dared to provoke it. I didn't expect so many experts to die. This is really exciting. Yes, Xiaoyao Palace's elderby is dead. That benevolent water sex Qi Yin was also eaten by the red-scaled beast. Our Shuyang County's old Mr. Li fell into the lava lake and died. Qinghu Island's blade of life and death, Du Jiao, is also dead. The number of experts that died can't even be counted with 2 hands. Each and every one of them sighed in admiration. Only the death of the experts could satisfy the warrior's desire to watch the show. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. However, the powerful top-notch experts no longer cared about wealth. What made them crazy were the spirit fruits and spirit herbs that were born in the world. They were rare and precious materials that could be used to forge godly weapons. That Wang Yun is really strong. To be able to obtain the black fire spirit root. That Tung Qing Shan seems to be weaker than him. Tung Qing Shan is not weak, but that Wang Yun's movements are strange and nimble. If they were to really fight, it would be hard to say who would win. You didn't see how the black and white elders couldn't suppress Tung Qing Shan even after joining hands. Such methods, TSK. I heard that Tung Qing Shan is only 17 years old. To be so strong at 17, what the hell? In the fight for the black fire spirit fruit, who would have thought that it would be snatched away by the red-scaled beast? Actually, the red-scaled beast was lucky. The black fire spirit fruit just happened to grow in the middle of the lava lake, allowing it to sneak in. Otherwise, under the encirclement of so many warriors, perhaps a few dozen first-rated warriors would be able to suppress the red-scaled beast. After all, it had yet to truly transform. In the fight for the black fire spirit fruit, there was no winner. Sweat the size of soybeans seeped out of Ji Hong's forehead. Enduring the pain of his broken arm, he shouted, "All right, the black fire spirit fruit has been eaten by the red-scaled beast. Let's go back first. The scales shed by the red-scaled beast. We'll have to rely on luck to find them in the future." Lord Commander, Qing Shan, Tung Qinghu said anxiously. Ji Hong glanced at him and squeezed out a smile. Qing Shan's spear arts are extremely strong in terms of defense. Although that Wang Yun has hidden his abilities well, it won't be easy for him to defeat Qing Shan. Furthermore, none of us here are a match for that Wang Yun. At this moment, the various parties left one by one. Occasionally, there would be people who would greet Ji Hong. Marshal Granduncle. Guan Lu suddenly called out. Ji Hong looked at her. "I'll bring 30 elites of the Black Armor Corps to help Tung Qing Shan," Guan Lu said. Ji Hong pondered for a moment. Guan Lu's abilities were not bad, and the Black Armor Corps was good at joint attacks. 30 elites working together could indeed threaten that Wang Yun. He nodded and said, "That's good too. But Guan Lu, you must be careful. Don't let the 30 elites of the Black Armored Corps split up." Guan Lu nodded. "If you want to go, then hurry up and go." Ji Hong shouted, "Follow me." Under Guan Lu's command, she immediately led the 30 elites towards the deep pool's passageway. Ji Hong looked at his severed arm and then at the boiling lava lake. If not for Tung Qing Shan, he would have already lost his life today. Ji Hong sighed in his heart. "Losing my right arm has greatly damaged my vitality. At my age, my strength will definitely decline. Sigh, it's time for me to step down from this commander's position." The new commander, who will take over? Tung Qing Shan? He saved my life before. It's just that his qualifications are too shallow, and the time he spent in the Black Armor Corps is too short. I'm afraid that the group of elders in the Gui Yuan sect will find it hard to trust Tung Qing Shan. P.S. Chapter 1 is here. There's less than 3 hours left until midnight. If I don't vote, it'll be a waste. I'll vote for tomato. Chapter 145. Who? Tung Qing Shan quickly chased after him, his eyes locked on the figure in the distance. "Old man, your strength is indeed shocking. However, the black fire spirit root is something I must obtain. Escape slowly. When you escape to a place with no one around, I will finish you off. I will deal with you." Tung Qing Shan was very clear about his own strength. If he hid his strength, it would be very difficult to kill this silver-haired old man, and it was best not to let others see his trump card. One in front, one behind, the two speed was almost the same. Kid, if I really wanted to escape, how could you catch up?" The silver-haired old man, Wang Yun, glanced at the person behind him. "If it wasn't for that madman Wei Wuya, I wouldn't have given up my identity as Wang Yun. I would have killed you long ago. Chase, wait until we reach the outside, then I will kill you." To maintain his identity as Wang Yun, the silver-haired old man could not reveal too much strength. Previously, he had obtained the black fire spirit root only because of his strange and agile movements. Purely in terms of speed, it was not too exaggerated. It was still within the range of the surrounding warriors. Whether it was Tung Shan or Wang Yun, they both had the same idea. Hide your strength. Wait until there was no one around, then explode with your strongest strength and finish off your opponent. The two of them had full confidence in killing each other. Pung. Following the underground tunnel, Tung Shan continued to move forward. The tunnel was slanted upwards. After running for a while, Tung Shan saw the silver-haired old man dive into the water. Without hesitation, Tung Shan followed closely into the water. After swimming underwater for a while, there was no path ahead. They could only go up. Constantly swimming upwards, Tung Shan quickly emerged from the deep pool. This deep pool is much shallower than the Frost Jade Pool in my hometown. Tung Shan was like a fish jumping out of the water and landing on the shore. In the distance, in the middle of the forest, a blurry figure was flying. You think you can escape? Tung Shan immediately chased. In a mountain of flames, two great experts, one fleeing and the other chasing. The silver-haired old man ran randomly through the mountain forest. After running for a while, he didn't even know where Tung Shan himself was. Right now, there's at least a dozen li of mountain road from that deep pool. Furthermore, if an ordinary martial artist were to descend the mountain using the normal route, it would be impossible for them to reach this damned place. We can finish him off now. Tung Shan's speed increased again. On the surface of the deep pool, a group of people emerged one after another. One by one, they immediately went ashore. It was Guan Lu and the 30 Black Armor Corps elites she led. Guan Lu looked around, but couldn't see a single person. For a moment, she didn't know where to go. Commander, what should we do now? The elites of the Black Armor Corps were all waiting for Guan Lu's orders. Guan Lu looked at the two paths in front of her and frowned. She then glanced at a mountain peak in the distance and said coldly, "We will rush to the top of the mountain in front of us now. When we reach the top, we will carefully observe the foot of the mountain and see if we can find Commandant Tung and the others." Yes, since the Black Armor Corps elites couldn't be separated, Guan Lu could only give such an order. The group of people immediately rushed to the mountain peak in the distance. Hua hua. The gurgling water flowed in a verdant bamboo forest. Beside the bamboo forest was a wasteland, and behind the wasteland was a precipice that seemed to have been cut by a knife. The silver-haired elder floated over like a gust of wind, and finally landed on the wasteland and stopped abruptly. In a breath's time, a black flowing light flashed, and a black-clothed youth stood there. Tung Shan. The silver-haired elder looked at Tung Shan with a smile that wasn't a smile. "This old man has long heard of your great name. It seems that among the experts in the post-luminary realm, your Qigong can definitely be ranked in the top 10. Tung Shan laughed. "Old man, you really hid your strength well. From what I see, your strength should be able to rank in the top 10 of the Earth ranking." In the beginning, he didn't chase too fast, but towards the end, Tung Shan used the first level of crossing worlds, and his speed immediately reached an astonishing level. "You knew, yet you still dared to chase." The silver-haired elder sneered. "Looks like you're quite confident." Tung Shan's face turned cold. "Old man, I don't have time to waste on you. Hand over the Black Fire Spirit Root, and I'll spare your life." Black Fire Spirit Root? The silver-haired elder laughed coldly. This time, this old man didn't expect that the red-scaled beast would actually hide under the fiery magma. Otherwise, why would I want this Black Fire Spirit Root? However, there's no Black Fire Spirit Fruit. This Black Fire Spirit Root, at least this old man didn't come here for nothing. Tung Shan frowned. "Who?" Holding his spear with one hand, Tung Shan said coldly, "Looks like you don't want to hand it over. You're really courting death." "Courting death?" The silver-haired elder laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Following which, his face turned cold and his gaze turned sharp, like an eagle staring at Tung Shan. 17 years old, and your strength is enough to be ranked in the top 20 of the Earth ranking. What a pity. With your talent, you would be able to step into the innate realm in the future. But today, you're going to die in my hands. Tung Shan shook the spear in his hand. Shio. The spear was like an arrow that had been shot from a bow, carrying a violent and sharp aura as it pierced towards the silver-haired elder. Die! The silver-haired elder suddenly shouted, and the long saber in his hand fiercely slashed down. Chi! An ear-piercing sound, as if a saber was cutting through glass, rang out. Tung Qingshan's expression changed greatly. The reincarnation spear in his hand immediately shook, and the spearhead was like a nimble viper biting towards the long saber. Pung! The raging shock wave spread out in all directions, and the sandy ground rumbled as gravel flew everywhere. Just the shock wave from the collision had such power. Phew! Tung Qingshan retreated 3 steps, and his right hand felt numb. This old fellow, how can he be so strong? Tung Qingshan was shocked. Among the experts in the post-liminary realm, with my spear art just now, even a number 1 expert of the Earth ranking would not be able to force me to retreat 3 steps. Tung Qingshan scrutinized the silver-haired elder. Is this old fellow a post-liminary expert? Could it be that there are experts in the post-liminary realm as strong as me? Tung Qingshan relied on internal martial arts to possess an extremely strong body. What about this old fellow? Haha, your strength is not bad, but it's a pity that you're going to die today. The silver-haired elder laughed loudly, and his entire body actually slashed down with his saber again. Phew! A gray saber light rapidly tore through the sky and arrived in front of Tung Qingshan. This is Tung Qingshan's eyes widened. The gray saber light flew towards him, and the silver-haired elder was still 3 zhang away, holding a long saber in his hand. Saber light leaving the body? How can it be a long-distance attack? Tung Qingshan immediately waved the reincarnation spear in his hand and smashed it against the gray saber light. Pong! The gray saber light cracked, and its power was greatly reduced. However, the shattered saber light still pierced towards Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan hastily dodged, but was still struck in the chest by the shattered saber light. Voila! His clothes were torn apart, and the shattered saber light struck Tung Qingshan's cold steel inner armor. Pong! Tung Qingshan stared at the silver-haired elder and said coldly, "You're not a post-liminary realm warrior." Haha! The silver-haired elder laughed loudly. Yes, I'm not a post-liminary realm warrior. I've already stepped into the innate realm. Brat, no matter how talented you are, you'll die in my hands today. It's too easy for an innate expert to kill a post-liminary realm warrior. Just a few moves of saber energy is enough to kill you. As he spoke, the silver-haired elder waved his saber. Phew, phew, phew. 3 consecutive saber lights flew out from the saber and flew towards Tung Qingshan. Humph. Tung Qingshan immediately performed crossing worlds and transformed into a wisp of green smoke as he flew away. Of the 3 saber lights, 2 flew into the distance and cut a bunch of mangosteen. The sound of the mangosteen falling and crashing could be heard. Immediately after, a cloud of dust rose. The 3rd saber light brushed past Tung Qingshan's body and struck the precipice. Bang! Crushed stones flew everywhere, and a 5 to 6 chi deep hole appeared. There were even cracks around the hole. Tung Qingshan turned his head to take a look and felt certain. As I expected, this saber energy should be condensed from the innate true origin outside the body. The power of a simple saber energy attack is naturally much weaker than the saber energy condensed in the saber. If an inner strength warrior released his inner strength, the power would be very ordinary. However, if it was contained in the palm, it would be enough to crack a mountain rock. It was the same for innate experts. If the saber energy was contained in the weapon's attack power would be very strong. If the saber energy was released from the body, the power would be much weaker. However, if the saber energy could easily make a big hole in the mountain rock, it would be able to easily kill an innate expert. This was because the physical strength of an innate expert was very average, and they would be easily killed by the saber energy. You dodged pretty fast. The silver-haired elder sneered. However, I don't have time to waste with you. Tung Qin Shan, you should be proud to die by my hands. The silver-haired old man suddenly rushed towards Tung Qin Shan, and at the same time waved the saber in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a row, more than 10 saber lights covered from all directions. In an instant, these saber lights formed a semicircle cover. Tung Qin Shan wanted to dodge, but after moving less than 1 zhong, the saber lights completely covered Tung Qin Shan. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded. Haha, what a pity. A promising young talent died, just like that. The silver-haired elder's lips curled up into a sinister smile. It's too early for you to laugh. A cold voice sounded. The silver-haired elder's eyes widened. How is this possible? He didn't die? At this moment, Tung Qin Shan's black clothes were tattered, but there was not a trace of injury on his exposed arms or face. There was not a trace of injury when facing the saber lights. No, it's impossible. The silver-haired elder's eyes were filled with disbelief. It's impossible for an innate expert to block so many saber energies. He has armor on his body, but not his face. Why is there no injury on his face? Could it be? The reason why innate experts could completely defeat innate experts was because of the strong innate true origin. The most important reason was that the innate expert's innate true origin was extremely strong. It could easily leave the body and contain a strong attack power that could easily kill an innate expert. Even the most powerful innate expert couldn't block it. Only an innate expert could easily block the saber energy attack. Could it be that you are also an innate expert? The silver-haired elder shook his head. Impossible. How can a 17-year-old be an innate expert? He didn't want to believe it, but the truth forced him to believe it. Tung Qin Shan, you have also stepped into the innate realm. The silver-haired elder stared at Tung Qin Shan. Innate. Tung Qin Shan grinned. Why don't you feel it yourself, and you'll know. As he spoke, Tung Qin Shan's arms and legs, which originally had soft lines, suddenly seemed to be entangled with steel bars. His veins were as thick as venomous snakes. His arms and legs became a size thicker. From a delicate and handsome person, he had become a terrifying devil. The silver-haired elder's eyes widened. You are the first human to witness my strongest strength. Tung Qin Shan grinned. Chapter 146. Previously, when he saw the power of the saber chi, Tung Qin Shan was clear that the saber chi alone would not be able to harm his body. In his previous life, with the help of inner strength, he could block bullets with his body. Now, his body was much stronger than it was in his previous life. In terms of defense, Tung Qin Shan's body could definitely be compared to some special metal alloys. In terms of physical defense, Tung Qin Shan was almost on par with the unevolved red-scaled beast. In terms of strength, Tung Qin Shan far surpassed the unevolved red-scaled beast. It could be said that he was a humanoid, demonic beast. So you are an innate master. The silver-haired old man licked his lips and said with a cold gaze, a 17-year-old innate master. In the past 1,000 years, there has only been one other person besides you in the entire 9 prefectures. You are actually the second. As soon as he finished speaking, with a cold expression, Tung Qin Shan sneered and stomped on the ground. With a boom, the ground cracked, and Tung Qin Shan's entire body turned into a black lightning bolt as he flew out. At the same time, the reincarnation spear in his hand let out an ear-piercing whistle as it instantly crossed a distance of several zhong and pierced towards the silver-haired old man. The person was like lightning, and the spear was like lightning. As the spear shot out, the whistling sound in the air was enough to hurt one's ears. Tung Qin Shan's sharp eyes locked onto his opponent. Pursuing Shadow Spear Art. 180,000 gene of strength. The silver-haired old man's expression changed slightly as he stomped on the ground and flew backwards. At the same time, the saber in his hand flashed gracefully, bringing along a cold glint. Bang! A strong explosion of energy created a large pit in the sandy ground, and the surrounding sand and stones were all swept up by the strong wind. As soon as Tung Qingshan's spear was blocked, Tung Qingshan pulled and thrust his spear forward. In the blink of an eye, it was another extremely fierce pursuing shadow spear art. The spear art was just like its name, fast like a phantom, fierce like lightning. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive spear strikes. Every spear strike was swift and fierce to the extreme. The surrounding sand and rocks were sent flying, and the shattered rocks even shot holes into the nearby mountain walls. Amidst the flying sand and stones and the whistling wind, Tung Qingshan continued to advance while the silver-haired elder continued to retreat. It was obvious that the silver-haired elder was at a complete disadvantage. What a fierce and swift spear art! Tung Qingshan actually had such perfect control over the innate true origin. He has actually consolidated his emptiness Dan innate realm. The silver-haired old man was shocked. Moreover, his spear technique is one spear after another. My speed is fast, but I can't escape from his spear technique's encirclement. The shadow-like pursuit spear art was endless and continuous. Once targeted by the spear technique, it would be difficult to escape. Who? The tip of the spear went straight for the silver-haired old man's head. The silver-haired old man was so frightened that he desperately used his saber to block. He didn't dare to not block because his saber was shorter than Tung Qingshan's spear. Before he could reach Tung Qingshan would have already killed him. Bang! A crisp sound resounded. The saber exploded, and the broken blades flew away. The instant the saber exploded, the silver-haired old man gritted his teeth. His face turned black, and his eyes turned red. His feet flashed, and with a shocking speed, he actually escaped from Tung Qingshan's spear technique. The violent wind stopped, and the sand and rocks fell to the ground. It became quiet. Tung Qingshan felt as though every cell in his body was excited. The last time he killed Meng Tian, he only used 180,000 gene of strength. He didn't even use the vigor of the reckless bull at the same time. Furthermore, he won with just one move. It couldn't even be considered a warm-up. As for this battle, Tung Qingshan felt his blood, which had been silent for a long time, boiling. Tung Qingshan, don't think that you've won just because you shatter my saber. The silver-haired old man not far away had an ugly expression on his face. That saber is actually Wang Yun's weapon. I'm not very proficient in saber techniques. Now, I'll let you know the true strength of Ghost Fox Sima Qing. As he spoke, the silver-haired old man put on a translucent black glove. Ghost Fox Sima Qing? Tung Qingshan frowned. He had never heard of this name. Actually, Tung Qingshan knew very little about innate masters. Ghost Fox Sima Qing was actually quite famous in the circle of innate masters like the sect leaders of the various large sections. Ghost Fox Sima Qing was only at the emptiness Dan innate realm. However, this Sima Qing could easily change his appearance, voice, and so on, to disguise himself as someone else. Sima Qing was cunning, sinister, and good at changing his appearance and voice. He was also very good at Qinggong. Therefore, although he had many enemies, it was very difficult to kill him. Ha! So that saber wasn't your weapon. No wonder it was so weak. You couldn't even take a few of my spear strikes. Tung Qingshan became even more excited. Come, Sima Qing, where's your weapon? This is my weapon. Sima Qing smiled evilly. His body was like a ghost, flashing 9 times in a row, creating a series of afterimages. In an instant, he had traversed a distance of over 10 zhang, elegantly drawing an arc as he neared Tung Qingshan. Facing Sima Qing's approach, the long spear in Tung Qingshan's hand ruthlessly pierced forward. Xiao! It was like a silver bolt of lightning. Hua! Sima Qing's right hand was like a ghost claw, with a gray glow on its surface. It actually slapped towards Tung Qingshan's spear from the side. You're courting death. Tung Qingshan used the adding oil to the fire technique to circulate his strength, pulling back his spear. The spearhead immediately produced a strong rebound force, fiercely smashing towards Sima Qing's grabbing right hand. What a mysterious spear art. Even the use of innate true origin has reached the minute subtlety realm. His future is limitless. However, he will die in my hands. Sima Qing praised in his heart. His right hand mysteriously changed from slap to a grab. His 5 fingers ingeniously stroked the shaft of Tung Qingshan's spear as if he was playing the zither. Tung Qingshan only felt a series of strange forces acting on the reincarnation spear, weakening its attack power. Not good. Tung Qingshan's expression changed slightly. Sima Qing blocked this spear strike and immediately neared Tung Qingshan. Sima Qing, an innate expert who had completely exploded out with his full strength, had the name Ghost Fox. His speed and agility were too strong. Tung Qingshan didn't have time to retract his spear. His opponent had already arrived in front of him, and a claw with a gray glow attacked towards his face. At the crucial moment, Tung Qingshan's left hand moved. The iron fist that contained an astonishing amount of power was like an arrow that had left the bow, fiercely smashing out. Retreating, collapsing fist. Pong! A swift and fierce fist smashed on his Sima Qing's palm. Sima Qing's expression changed. What a powerful close-range fist technique. Normally, experts who use weapons, especially those who use spears, would be in trouble once they were closed in. However, Sima Qing didn't know that Tung Qingshan was a grandmaster of Xing-Yi martial arts in the past. What he was most proficient in was fist techniques. With his right claw blocked, Sima Qing's expression darkened. His free left hand fiercely smashed towards Tung Qingshan's chest. "You're courting death." Tung Qingshan fiercely roared. He didn't block the palm, but instead kicked out with his leg. The leg was much thicker than the arm, so the explosive power from the leg was even more astonishing. Boom! The shadow of the leg was like a bolt of lightning, carrying an extremely terrifying power as it kicked out. Sima Qing saw that the situation wasn't good and was so frightened that both his hands simultaneously smashed towards Tung Qingshan's leg. Pong! Sima Qing only felt his hands go numb. Who? Sima Qing's entire body was sent flying by the force of the impact. My hand! My hand! In midair, he hurriedly controlled the innate true origin to flow through his numb hands. By the time he landed on the ground, his hands had already regained feeling. His heart was filled with fear as he thought to himself, Tung Qingshan, how could the strength of his kick be so much stronger than a punch? Normally, one would use innate true origin to attack. No matter if it was a leg or a fist, they would both explode with the same amount of innate true origin, so the power should be about the same. However, Tung Qingshan's strength was the strength of the muscles and bones. The legs naturally had an advantage in strength compared to the arms, and the bones of the thighs were naturally thicker than the bones of the arms. The muscles also needed to be stronger. In an instant, they would be able to transmit an even stronger power. Of course, when it came to controlling weapons, the arms had an advantage over the legs. This Tung Qingshan's fist technique is also very powerful. Looks like if I want to kill him, I can only rely on my agility to move around and simultaneously use the 18 ghost hands. Sima Qing instantly calmed down. He also discovered that if it was purely running in a straight line, he wouldn't be faster than Tung Qingshan. However, when it came to dodging, turning, and moving, he clearly had the advantage, relying on agility to kill Tung Qingshan. Tung Qingshan stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Like a flying meteorite, he instantly streaked across a distance of over 10 zhong. Xiao! The spear was like a swimming dragon, piercing straight towards Sima Qing's face. Sima Qing laughed as he dodged once again. At the same time, the 5 fingers of his right hand brushed towards Tung Qingshan's reincarnation spear, wanting to use the same trick again. However, this time, just as Sima Qing diverted the power of Tung Qingshan's first spear, Tung Qingshan's second spear came. Who? Endless spear shadows, one spear after another, crazily pierced towards Sima Qing. The long spear, which was as fast as lightning, produced terrifying explosive sounds in the air. The surrounding wind howled, and sand and stones flew. The surroundings of Tung Shan and Sima Qing were in a state of complete darkness. Tung Shan, on the other hand, crazily fired spear after spear. Why can't I get close? Sima Qing only felt a dull pain in his 10 fingers. Last time, I was careless and changed from pursuing shadow to pouring oil on fire, cutting off the continuous concept. This gave you an opportunity to take advantage of. Now, my spear arts are endless, and the speed of my spear is 10 times faster than your movement speed. Tung Shan brandished his long spear, and it was extremely fierce. Sima Qing became impatient, and he couldn't even get close. Escape, Sima Qing thought to himself. Seeing that his opponent wanted to escape, Tung Shan laughed loudly. Die. The same pursuing shadow spear art. However, the power of the spear art suddenly increased. A strength of 180,000 jin. In addition, the inner strength of the 9th level of the vigor of the reckless bull exploded with a strength of 60,000 jin. In an instant, the strength increased by 60,000 jin. Pong! Sima Qing's entire body flew towards the mountain wall at the side. He easily inserted his hands into the mountain wall, and at the same time, his entire body rapidly climbed up the precipice. Want to escape? Tung Shan also leaped up, and his left hand, which was comparable to a divine weapon, fiercely pierced into the mountain rock. With a fierce grab, his entire body once again leaped over 10 zhang high. In climbing the mountain, Tung Shan was obviously faster than Sima Qing, and he also leaped higher. In just 3 leaps, he reached the center of the mountain. Tung Shan caught up to Sima Qing. Die! The reincarnation spear fiercely pierced in. Not good. Sima Qing jumped up in fright. Rumble, 240,000 jin. His physical strength and inner strength completely erupted. The power of this spear was even more terrifying than an ordinary cannon. The entire mountain wall rumbled loudly, and crushed rocks flew everywhere. A cloud of dust filled the air, and a huge pit that was 4 to 5 zhang, over 10 meters, wide and 3 to 4 zhang, 7 to 8 meters, deep appeared. The power of a single spear was actually so terrifying. A large number of huge rocks flew everywhere, and each of them contained a terrifying force of impact. A few of the huge rocks hit Sima Qing's body, and Sima Qing had nowhere to borrow strength from, and fell from the sky. Tung Shan was halfway up the mountain, and like a spider, he stomped with both of his legs, and his entire body shot towards the descending Sima Qing like a cannon. Tung Shan's descending speed was much faster than Sima Qing's. No! Sima Qing was in midair and had nowhere to dodge. Tung Shan dove towards Sima Qing, and his body's strength suddenly exploded from his waist, instantly transferring to his right hand. The reincarnation spear instantly transformed into a streak of silver lightning. With a terrifying explosive sound, the instantaneous movement of the reincarnation spear produced an explosive sound that was even louder than thunder. Silver lightning, piercing through the sky. No! Sima Qing's eyes widened, and he could only desperately use his palms to block in front of his body. Pooh! Fresh blood splattered. 5 elemental spear art. Toxic dragon drill. Chapter 147. The tip of the reincarnation spear was like an awl, rotating and destroying everything in its path. It continuously pierced through the palm that was suffused with a gray glow, and without any decrease in speed, Poochie, it pierced through Sima Qing's chest, where his heart was. The gray glow on the surface of Sima Qing's body gradually dissipated. Tung Shan's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He instantly grabbed the end of the reincarnation spear and pulled it out. Poochie, another mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Sima Qing stared at Tung Shan with his eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with fear, resentment, unwillingness. It was very complicated. I. I died in the hands of a 17-year-old youth. Sima Qing felt his vitality rapidly dissipating, but his brain was still able to think. His gradually dimming eyes continued to stare at the cold figure of a killing god above. I, Sima Qing, have roamed my entire life, and even Wei Wuya has not been able to kill me. I only came here to fight for the black fire spirit fruit for fun. But who would have thought that I would die in the hands of a 17-year-old youth? Yes, this time I lost because of my arrogance. Facing any innate master, I would always sneak attack. If my sneak attack failed, I would escape. Facing a 17-year-old youth, I was too arrogant. Just because I was arrogant once, Ghost Fox Sima Qing died. Sima Qing's eyes completely dimmed, and his consciousness blurred. After Ting Qing Shan pulled out his long spear, he suddenly stepped on Sima Qing's corpse to reduce his falling speed. However, Sima Qing's corpse fell at an even faster speed. Bang! The corpse fell fiercely onto the sandy ground below, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Bang! Tung Qing Shan landed on the ground and let out a low rumbling sound. About 100 meters in free fall, I can only rely on my body to withstand it. Tung Qing Shan nodded to himself. If I use my inner strength and reduce the weight of my body, the speed of my fall will be much slower. If I also use techniques to divert the force, I can probably fall from a height of 300 meters without relying on external objects to divert the force. Ever since his strength had continuously increased, Tung Qing Shan hadn't checked the maximum height he could withstand falling for a long time. In order to be safe, Tung Qing Shan would hit the mountain rocks or step on the rocks to slow down the speed of his fall when he jumped down from a high mountain. As for the free fall from a height of 100 meters, Tung Qing Shan realized that his body's endurance was indeed much stronger than it was a few years ago. On the sandy ground next to the precipice, fresh blood dyed the sand and stones red. Sima Qing's corpse had already been badly mutilated, and Tung Qing Shan was currently walking over. Ghost Fox Sima Qing. Tung Qing Shan carefully examined Sima Qing's entire body, and the first thing he saw was the pair of gloves. This pair of gloves, when worn, allows one to come into contact with weapons. Unfortunately, it's already torn. Tung Qing Shan stretched out his hand and tore apart Sima Qing's clothes. Voila! Underneath the clothes was a layer of black inner armor. There was also a large hole in the chest area of the black inner armor, whether it was the gloves or the inner armor. Even in front of Tung Qing Shan's ultimate move, Toxic Dragon Drill, a large hole would be pierced through. After all, when Tung Qing Shan used the Damascus steel spear in the past, when his strength was much weaker, he could still rely on this move to pierce through the outer scales of the Flood Dragon. Tung Qing Shan was now very confident. His physical strength and inner strength were completely unleashed. Even a Flood Dragon would be injured when facing the strongest Toxic Dragon Drill. This tattered inner armor and gloves are a waste. I'm not in the mood to collect trash. Tung Qing Shan extended his hand into Sima Qing's inner pocket and took out everything in one go. A few taels of silver, a damp banknote, a transparent black fire spirit root that gave off a strange luster. The roots of the spirit root were faintly milky white in color, as well as a small bag that was completely wrapped in sheepskin. To pass through the deep pool and go underground, one's entire body will be wet. However, this Sima Qing was really rich and overbearing. A banknote worth 100 taels of silver was not even placed in the sheepskin bag. As expected of an innate expert, he didn't care about such a small amount of money. What's in this bag? Tung Qing Shan didn't say anything else and first placed the black fire spirit root in his chest. This was the most important thing. Then, Tung Qing Shan opened the sheepskin bag. TSK Tisk. Tung Qing Shan's eyes widened. This old fellow is really rich. A thick stack of shiny gold banknotes. These were gold banknotes. The words written on them were all gold. The most shocking thing was that there were only 2 banknotes worth 100 taels of gold. Most of the banknotes were worth 1,000 taels of gold. At the back, there were even a few banknotes worth 10,000 taels of gold. Altogether, There were 70 to 80 banknotes, a thick stack. 68 banknotes worth 1,000 taels of gold, 200 taels of gold, and 10,000 taels of gold. Altogether, there are 148,200 taels of gold, close to 150,000 taels of gold. Tung Qingshan sucked in a breath of cold air. This was close to 15 million taels of silver. No matter where it would be a huge fortune. Just this stack. Tung Qingshan grabbed this stack of banknotes. It felt like he was grabbing a stack of 100 yuan coins in his previous life, except that the value was 1,000 times higher. This old fellow, why would he keep such a huge fortune on him? Tung Qingshan thought for a moment and completely understood. Tung Qingshan revealed a smile. This Sima Qing is replacing Wang Yun's identity. He might run away at any time, so of course he wouldn't keep his money at Wang Yun's residence. Once ghostly fox Sima Qing's whereabouts were discovered, he would have to run for his life. Of course, he would keep his money on him. As an innate master, ghostly fox Sima Qing was famous for his craftiness. It was easy for an innate master to earn money. Sima Qing, who was over 100 years old, had accumulated a shocking amount of wealth over the years. With his personality, he didn't trust others. If he were to be killed, his money would be stolen. And if he were to die, gold and silver would have no meaning to him. As long as he didn't die, with his innate master's abilities, how could others steal from him? Therefore, his chest was the safest place to hide his money. So many banknotes. I'm afraid it's been accumulated for a lifetime. I'll accept it. Although Tung Qingshan was amazed by such a huge fortune, it only made him happy. After all, he was a super expert. Earning money was a very simple matter. Ghostly fox Sima Qing probably only managed to get a few big deals before stopping. After all, with an innate master's abilities, even if it was an open robbery, robbing a large salt merchant would be a piece of cake for him to steal millions of taels of silver. However, to an innate master, gold and silver didn't have much meaning. Money is just a number when it's too much. But without money, it's very troublesome. Tung Qingshan was very clear that this amount of money could change the lives of his parents and his clansmen for the better. Let's see what else is there. Why isn't there a single secret manual? This Sima Qing could change his appearance to look like Wang Yun. He must have some special methods to disguise himself. Furthermore, he's more agile than me when it comes to dodging and maneuvering in a small area. There should be a top-notch close combat secret manual. Originally, Tung Qingshan thought that there should be a secret manual since the package was so thick. Unfortunately, the package was thick, and the main thing was the banknotes. There was no secret manual at all. Originally, Tung Qingshan really wanted to get a close combat secret manual. After all, Crossing Worlds was a long-distance Qing Gong secret manual, and not a small area dodging and maneuvering. Strange things, they're really strange. Tung Qingshan discovered that other than the banknotes, there were a few messy things in the package. For example, silver needles, Lan Yun pearl, which were essential for roaming the world, and a small porcelain bottle. Other than that, there were two more masks. Tung Qingshan picked up the two flesh-colored human faces in surprise. Could these be human skin masks? Tung Qingshan took a closer look. Of the two human skin masks, one was that of a seemingly ordinary youth, and the other was that of a middle-aged man with a knife scar. Looking at the exquisite craftsmanship, Tung Qingshan touched the human skin mask with his hand and found that it was actually ice-cold, as if it was weightless. Then this Sima Qing's face. Tung Qingshan carefully felt around Sima Qing's chin, sideburns, and other areas before discovering it. With a bit of force, he uncovered a human skin mask. Underneath the human skin mask was Sima Qing's face. Sima Qing's lips were very thin, and his eyes were long and narrow. Looking at his face, one would think that he was a mean person. This Sima Qing is really good at disguising himself. The craftsmanship of this human skin mask is comparable to the top disguising masters of the future. With a touch, Tung Qingshan could tell that this human skin mask was made of special materials. With this human skin mask, it will be much more convenient for me to do things in the future. Through the control of his body's muscles, bones, and tendons, Tung Shan could make his body taller or shorter, stronger or thinner, but it was difficult to change his appearance. In his previous life, when Tung Shan was an assassin, he had learned how to disguise himself. However, that required some materials and so on. This human skin mask, on the other hand, was much easier to use. Although I didn't get the secret manual that I wanted the most. However, these are still not bad. I'll let you rest in peace. Tung Shan suddenly shook the reincarnation spear in his hand with one hand, and the reincarnation spear fiercely pierced into the sandy ground in front of him. At the tip of the spear, there was actually a rotating force that could be seen with the naked eye. Explode. Bang. A loud sound rang out, as if an explosive had been buried in the ground. The sandy ground in front of him was smashed into a large hole that was over 1 zhong wide and nearly 1 zhong deep. 5 techniques of the ardent flame. Legacy of the ultimate flame. Tung Shan only used a small amount of inner strength to easily blast a large hole in the ground. He then kicked the corpse into the hole. Tung Shan also pushed the surrounding sand and stones into the large hole, completely burying the corpse. The innate master of a generation, Sima Qing, was quietly buried in the blazing mountain just like that. Other than Tung Shan, no one else knew. Phew! Tung Shan quickly rushed to the side of a mountain stream at the side of the bamboo forest. After this battle, Tung Shan's face and hand were also covered in dust. After washing them slightly, Tung Shan also washed the Wang Yin mask clean. This mask belongs to the old man. If I were to wear it, I'm afraid that I would have to dye my hair. It would be quite troublesome. The other two, however, are suitable for me to use. Tung Shan wore the human skin mask of the knife-scarred middle-aged man on his face. Tung Shan only felt that the area where the human skin mask came into contact with his skin was ice cold, and the human skin mask automatically absorbed his skin. It was very comfortable. Tung Shan didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. This Sima Qing's attacks are very ordinary, but his ability to create human skin masks is really strong. Looking at the surface of the small stream, what appeared was the face of a fierce middle-aged man. If I were to change my appearance again, even my parents wouldn't be able to recognize me. Tung Shan immediately continued to wrap the mask and the gold notes in the sheepskin, and then hid them in the layers of the winter iron inner armor and underwear. It wasn't that Tung Shan didn't want to put them in the inner pocket of his outer clothes. It was that his outer clothes were completely tattered. Now it's time to eat this little thing. Tung Shan grabbed the black fire spirit root. Chapter 148. At first glance, the black fire spirit root looked like ginseng. However, the spirit root was mainly transparent, and only the roots were milky white. To think that this little thing could nurture the black fire spirit fruit. Tung Shan exclaimed in his heart. Actually, Tung Shan didn't know that this black fire spirit root not only nurtured the black fire spirit fruit, but also the birth of the red-scaled beast was closely related to this black fire spirit root. Through its roots, the black fire spirit root absorbed the surrounding fire elemental energy from the heavens and earth. After continuous absorption, a unique, transparent energy was produced within the black fire spirit root. This transparent energy was very mysterious. It was because of it that the infant red-scaled beast was born. The red-scaled beast was closely related to the black fire spirit fruit. Even the stage of growth was almost the same. In the land of the 9 prefectures, many people thought that although the black fire spirit root was special, it was far inferior to the black fire spirit fruit. This was a huge mistake. The black fire spirit fruit contained the energy of spirit, which could increase the spirit of one's essence, chi, and spirit, causing one's spirit to become stronger, making it easier for one to step into the innate realm. The black fire spirit root was different. The black fire spirit root actually contained a type of energy with life characteristics. This type of energy could nurture the life form of the red-scaled beast, as well as the black fire spirit fruit. It was very special. In history, there were people who ate the black fire spirit root and discovered that their physique became stronger and their bodies instantly possessed the strength of 10,000 gene. Secondly, they didn't discover it. This couldn't be blamed on them because they hadn't even fully developed their body's potential. How could they develop the energy of the black fire spirit fruit? I wonder how the effects will be. Tung Ching Shan washed himself in the water, then took a bite of the black fire spirit root. Gotcha! So hard. The outer skin of the black fire spirit root was very hard, but when he bit through it, the meat inside was very tender. It melted in his mouth, and a wave of blazing energy instantly rushed into his throat. Tung Ching Shan didn't care about the consequences and took 2 bites. He then chewed the root and swallowed it. This energy is very strong. With my body, it shouldn't be a problem for me to withstand it. In history, there was no example of a person dying from eating the black fire spirit root. Tung Ching Shan's body was so strong that it was impossible for anything to happen to him. Tung Ching Shan immediately sat down cross-legged. His breathing slowed down, and his spirit was completely restrained. Tung Ching Shan carefully felt the changes in his muscles, bones, blood, and internal organs. The fiery energy entered his esophagus through his throat and then quickly spread out. This energy quickly merged into his internal organs, meridians, bones, muscles, and every other part of his body. Even the surface of his skin naturally absorbed this fiery energy. Boom! This energy also extended upwards and quickly filled Tung Ching Shan's head. The skin on his face, eyes, ears, and so on were all fused with this energy. What a mysterious energy. With Tung Ching Shan's perception of his body, he could clearly sense that his body, which had been cultivated to the extreme and could no longer be improved, was like a tree being watered by the miraculous water of life, rapidly growing taller once again. His own muscle fibers became stronger, especially his bones. There was an intense, burning sensation. This feeling lasted for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, and then it slowly dissipated. The black fire spirit root transformed into a mysterious energy that completely merged into every part of Tung Ching Shan's body. Phew! Tung Ching Shan stood up and pulled out the reincarnation spear that was stabbed into the ground beside him. Tung Ching Shan's strength instantly exploded. The muscles on his right arm instantly became a size thicker. His muscles were knotted together and contained an endless amount of strength. Tung Ching Shan swung the reincarnation spear in his hand. Boom! A loud explosion sounded on the flat ground. The terrifying strength of the reincarnation spear caused the air to instantly compress. When the spear stopped, the compressed air suddenly exploded. It was as if an invisible cannonball had exploded a large area of the bamboo forest in front of him. Many green bamboos were directly blasted apart. I actually increased my strength by close to 20,000 gene. Tung Ching Shan's control over his strength was very precise, and he could clearly feel the changes in his body. According to the legends, eating the black fire spirit root will increase one's strength by 10,000 gene, right? Tung Ching Shan thought for a while and recalled the feeling of eating the black fire spirit root. Yes, it's like practicing the iron palm in my previous life. During the training process, I had to rub some medicinal wine on my body to absorb the medicinal effects. If an ordinary person does not practice martial arts, rubbing the medicinal wine would be a waste. It's the same principle. The huge amount of energy from the black fire spirit root fuses into the body. If I want to completely absorb it, I have to actively train to absorb it. Because my body has already been trained to an extremely high level, I am unable to improve any further and urgently need to absorb energy from the outside world. Only then did I stop and absorb it, far surpassing ordinary people. An ordinary person's body did not have a strong need for the energy from the black fire spirit root, so they naturally absorbed less. Tung Ching Shan's body had a strong need, so he absorbed more. However, It feels like there's a lot of energy hidden in my body. Tung Shan was very confident in his own feelings. It was extremely difficult to fully utilize the energy of some heaven and earth spiritual treasures. It was impossible to absorb it 100% after swallowing it. There was definitely a lot of energy hidden in it. Absorption was only a part of it. The energy is hidden in the depths of the body. If I use the godly tiger form technique, my body should be able to absorb it again. Tung Shan nodded to himself. When I go back, I will continue to practice the godly tiger form technique. The godly tiger form technique absorbs the energy from the inside of the body. It should be able to be used to develop the potential of the black fire spirit root. Go back. Tung Shan held the reincarnation spear in his hand and transformed into a shadow. He quickly scuttled through the mountain forest, and with a few leaps, he disappeared into the distance. Tung Shan rushed towards the camp at the foot of the blazing mountain. As the cool breeze blew, Tung Shan's mood was very good. Tung Shan saw a troop in front of him. It was densely packed with people from the Gui Yuan sect. Commander Guan, why are you here? Tung Shan's body flashed and flew over. Guan Lu was leading her troops, anxiously searching for Tung Shan. She didn't find him for a long time. But at this moment, a familiar voice sounded, and a figure appeared in front of her in a flash. Guan Lu couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in her heart. Looking at Tung Shan, she shouted with a straight face, Tung Shan, you were chasing after that Wang Yan. Where did you go? We looked around in a big circle, but we couldn't find your shadow. Commander Guan, Tung Shan laughed. I was chasing after that Wang Yan. Wherever he ran, I followed. I don't even know where I ran to. Did you kill him? Guan Lu asked. No, that old guy was too cunning. Tung Shan shook his head. The black fire spirit root had already been eaten by him. Of course, he couldn't admit that he killed Wang Yan. Guan Lu shook her head and sighed. What a pity the black fire spirit root was taken away by him. Forget it. The black fire spirit root won't affect much. Your clothes are tattered. Are you injured? Tung Shan's clothes were even more tattered than a beggar's clothes. His body was fine, but his clothes had suffered. I'm fine. Tung Shan shook his head, trying to be brave. Guan Lu snorted, then ordered, Commandant Tung is back. Let's return to camp. Immediately, the group of people rushed back majestically. Returning to the foot of the mountain, Ji Hong saw that Tung Shan had returned safely and was overjoyed. He didn't mind that he hadn't obtained the black fire spirit root. This time, Tung Shan had saved his life in the magma lake, so Ji Hong's attitude towards Tung Shan had improved by several levels. In the evening, the Gui Yuan sex group had a good meal. In the pitch-black night, beside a bonfire, Tung Shan, Ji Hong, and Guan Lu gathered. This time, there's only one thing left, and that is to find the red-scaled beast shed black-scaled armor. Ji Hong said, Shan, Guan Lu, I think, for this last task, we should arrange for 10 to 20 people to stay behind and search. Finding it is a good thing, but if we can't find it, then so be it. The three of us should bring the majority of the people back to Jiangning. Guan Lu frowned. The red-scaled beast shed black-scaled armor is especially large, enough to make quite a few pieces of armor. Moreover, each piece of armor is lighter than a normal heavy armor, and its defense is stronger. We should pay more attention to this black-scaled armor. Ever since Ji Hong had lost his arm, he had lost his fighting spirit. He wanted to return to Jiangning now, recuperate, and casually teach the younger generation of disciples so that he could enjoy his remaining years. He was too tired. The red-scaled beast black-scaled armor should have a higher defense than my cold steel inner armor. Tung Shan said, it's slightly weaker than Commander's dark steel armor. However, the black-scaled armor is obviously thin, and its weight should be much lighter. Moreover, its flexibility is better. Normally, it was very troublesome to deal with the joints of heavy armors. However, the red-scaled beast black-scaled armor was made up of scales on the outside and skin on the inside. When worn on the body, there was no need to worry about gaps in the joints. You two mean to seriously snatch the red-scaled beast black-scaled armor? Ji Hong looked at the two of them. Guan Lu nodded. Tung Qingshan also nodded. Some things were hard to buy with money, such as dark steel, 10,000 years cold steel, dark gold godly iron, etc. The red-scaled beast black-scaled armor was one of them. Sai, I'm old. Ji Hong laughed. Now, we still have to rely on you youngsters. Ji Hong continued. However, after the red-scaled beast swallows the black fire spirit fruit, it will grow again and become even bigger. At the same time, it will gradually transform. This process will probably take another month. After the red-scaled beast has successfully transformed, it will become extremely terrifying. Even an innate master would be afraid of it. Snatching its black-scaled armor is very dangerous. Guan Lu said, the red-scaled beast can't always stay in its nest. We can steal it when it's not in its nest. Be careful, it should be fine. Tung Qingshan also said its body is huge. When the time comes, we just need to find a small place to hide, and it won't be able to chase after us. You guys, Ji Hong had been a commander for so many years, and he understood that juniors with potential had to go through many trials and tribulations. It was hard to grow up while always being protected. All right, I'll bring all the black armored corps soldiers back first. I'll leave the 30 Gue Yuan Sect Corps disciples to the two of you. Those 30 people's Qinggong are much better than the black armored corps soldiers. Let them help you. Remember, don't take risks easily. Be cautious and careful. Yes. Tung Qingshan and Guan Lu acknowledged the order. Chapter 149. The next morning, Ji Hong left with 50 black armored corps soldiers. Tung Qingshan, Guan Lu, and 30 Gue Yuan Sect experts stayed behind. It wasn't just the Gue Yuan Sect that coveted the scaled armor of the red-scaled beast. There were still many people lingering at the foot of the blazing mountain. In the blink of an eye, 26 days had passed since Ji Hong left. In the evening, Tung Qingshan held the reincarnation spear and leisurely descended the mountain. Commandant Tung Qingshan. The experts of the Gue Yuan Sect greeted him enthusiastically when they saw Tung Qingshan return. Ever since they saw the battle between the experts in the middle of the lava lake, everyone had a clear understanding of Tung Qingshan's strength. That was definitely the strength of an expert of the Earth ranking. Furthermore, he should be at the top of the Earth ranking. Commandant Tung, did you find a red-scaled beast? Haha, so many of you couldn't find it. It would be difficult for me to find it. Tung Qingshan replied with a smile. Humph. A cold snort was heard. Tung Qingshan turned his head and saw Commander Guan Lu walk out of her private tent with a cold expression. So many people just waiting for you. Ah, let's eat, let's eat. Tung Qingshan laughed, not wanting to bicker with Guan Lu. I've provoked a woman. Sigh. Tung Qingshan sat at the table and glanced at Guan Lu beside him. He sighed to himself. Didn't I only win once? I've already held back a lot of my strength. I didn't make you lose too badly either. Now you're always giving me a cold face. Tung Qingshan felt very helpless. 26 days ago, Ji Hong had just left. According to Guan Lu, she and Tung Qingshan would each lead half of the troops into the mountain to search. However, Tung Qingshan said that he would enter the mountain alone and let Guan Lu lead all the experts. This made Guan Lu very unhappy. She didn't know why, but she mentioned a competition. She clearly knew that Tung Qingshan was strong, but this Guan Lu still insisted on competing. In the end, Tung Qingshan let Guan Lu lose a little so that she wouldn't lose too much face. Who would have thought that? Tung Qingshan could move alone. However, Guan Lu's opinion of Tung Qingshan was even greater. Tung Qingshan, Guan Lu, and Tung Qingshan sat at the same table and ate dinner. Guan Lu said solemnly, "It has already been 26 days. That red-scale beast is probably about to transform." Now that they had entered the Flame Mountains, the danger had greatly increased. In my opinion, don't act alone. Come with us. Be safe. Tung Qingshan smiled. Commander Guan, if the red-scale beast had completely transformed, we would be courting death if we were to fight it recklessly. Guan Lu choked. A transformed red-scale beast that even innate masters were afraid of. Whoever fought it recklessly would be courting death. We can't use force to find a scaled armor. We have to rely on this. Tung Shan pointed at his head. Don't worry, Commander Guan. I have confidence. Humph. Guan Lu's face turned cold. She had kindly asked Tung Shan to act together with her, but Tung Shan didn't appreciate her kindness at all. Tung Shan looked at Guan Lu's cold face and smiled. Commander Guan, I'll tell you a secret. Guan Lu frowned at him. Actually, Commander Guan, you're quite pretty. If you didn't have a cold face all day, you would smile more often. In the sect, there would probably be a lot of people chasing after you. Tung Shan joked with a smile. Guan Lu's eyes widened as she heard this. She was stunned for a moment. She was famous for being cold and callous in the Gui Yuan sect. Furthermore, she was a commander at such a young age. With that kind of arrogance, which young man would dare to chase after her? In front of her, they would probably tremble with fear. Commander Guan stared at Tung Shan, clenched her teeth, and finally, throwing down her chopsticks in anger, Commander Guan ran straight into the big tent. Tung Shan glanced at Guan Lu's back, smiled, and shook his head. He drank a cup of wine in contentment. Women. Tung Shan sighed. In the assassin organization in his previous life, seductive female assassins and cold female assassins. Which type of female assassins hadn't Tung Shan seen before? He had seen women who were even colder than Commander Guan. For example, his wife, Kitten, was a cold machine-like woman. Only when she was beside Tung Shan would she reveal her feminine side. Actually, Tung Shan had a good impression of this cold Guan Lu. Perhaps it was because his wife in his previous life was also such a cold person. If I had such strength in my previous life, so many tragedies wouldn't have happened. Tung Shan drank another cup of wine. Although he was a little sad, Tung Shan's state of mind was very calm. In the world of my previous life, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was sparse, and there was no such thing as the black fire spirit root. Recalling these 26 days, Tung Shan was also a little surprised. Actually, the reason why he acted alone was because he didn't enter the mountains to search for the red-scaled beast, but to secretly practice the godly tiger form technique. As he had expected, the godly tiger form technique had indeed allowed his body to develop its potential and absorb energy. However, the absorption of the black fire spirit root hidden within Tung Shan's body was related to the amount of time that Tung Shan had been practicing. The longer Tung Shan practiced the godly tiger form technique, the more energy he absorbed. Moreover, this kind of progress was almost at a constant speed. For a whole 26 days, Tung Shan had improved by about the same amount every day. 26 days allowed the strength of my muscles and bones to increase by another 10,000 gene. And from the looks of it, it's still far from the end. Tung Shan was also surprised. The enormous amount of energy contained within the black fire spirit root, in addition to the sudden increase of 20,000 gene of strength. Now, it had increased by a total of 30,000 gene. His physical strength had increased from 180,000 gene to 210,000 gene in less than a month's time. Fortunately, this black fire spirit root has fallen into my hands. If it were other warriors, they would have cultivated inner strength instead of increasing their physical strength. Eating the black fire spirit root would have been a waste for them. Tung Shan also sighed for the black fire spirit roots that had been eaten by other warriors in the past. What a waste. He had already increased his strength by 30,000 gene, and it was still increasing at a constant speed. For example, that innate rancor Sima Qing, the explosive power of his innate true origin was around 200,000 gene. Tung Shan still remembered the battle from a few days ago. I only used my inner strength to increase my strength by 60,000 gene in an instant, and it was enough to heavily injure him. Of course, this was also related to Sima Qing's own weakness. Tung Shan was very clear-headed. After killing Sima Qing, Tung Shan did not arrogantly think that he was invincible. According to Sima Qing's strength, he should be at the first level of the innate realm, the emptiness Dan. Moreover, This Sima Qing is an expert in nimble close combat and escaping. In a true frontal battle, he is still quite lacking. Tung Qingshan guessed that Sima Qing should be at the bottom of the innate rankers, just like how they were both experts at the peak of the post-liminary realm. For example, the Thunder Godblade, where you could easily kill a group of first-rated warriors. Even if they were both Emptiness Dan innate rankers, there should still be a difference in strength. However, I was able to kill Sima Qing with an overwhelming advantage. At least against an Emptiness Dan innate ranker, I still have a sliver of confidence. Tung Qingshan did not belittle himself. Yes, I'll enter the mountains tomorrow and start searching for the red-scaled beast. Tung Qingshan did not think too much about it. The next morning, it was already late autumn in September, and the weather had also turned cold. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed since I left. Tung Qingshan walked alone on the blazing mountain, sighing endlessly. At the beginning of June, he had escorted the goods to Chu County, and it had taken him almost 20 days. He had stayed in the blazing mountain for a little more than 2 months. When he left Jiangning, it was still the scorching heat of June, and the weather had already turned cold. Tung Qingshan was like an agile monkey, rapidly advancing on the mountain. He was also too lazy to take a detour. He climbed all the way to the top of a tall mountain, and then jumped down from the cliff. Circulating the inner strength in his body, his entire body's weight decreased sharply, and he fell towards the canyon. Pump! As he landed, the ground shook violently, and a pit appeared. The surroundings also cracked open. Tung Qingshan smiled as he walked out. 100-Zhang cliff. The combination of inner strength and physical strength can indeed easily neutralize the impact. Tung Qingshan immediately rushed into the cave and began to enter the underground magma lake area. The first place that Tung Qingshan searched was the underground. Many warriors said that after the red-scaled beast had gone through that battle, it would probably leave the underground and go to the surface to find a hidden place. Therefore, many people were searching on the surface. Although they said so, many warriors understood in their hearts the red-scaled beast was most likely underground, because there was a tunnel maze underground. The tunnels were pitch black inside. Some of the tunnels were extremely high and could completely accommodate the red-scaled beast. Some of the tunnels were shorter. However, everyone was afraid of the pitch-black tunnels that their eyes could not see. Therefore, they were unwilling to go. Gurgle, gurgle, the magma lake was boiling as usual. Tung Qingshan directly stepped into the tunnel. He walked very slowly, and his reincarnation spear was ready to attack at any time. My eyes can actually see so far in the darkness. Tung Qingshan was amazed. In the pitch-black tunnel, Tung Qingshan could see tens of zhang, close to 100 meters, with a glance. One must know that a month ago, Tung Qingshan could only see a few zhang in this tunnel. Ever since he started practicing the godly tiger form technique, Tung Qingshan's eyesight had improved significantly in the dark. Moreover, his hearing ability had also improved. Moreover, once I use my body's strength, my entire body skin will turn a faint dark red color. My toughness has also improved significantly. Tung Qingshan himself was amazed by the changes in the past 26 days. His skin turning dark red and becoming tougher. This made Tung Qingshan think of a demonic beast. Red-scaled beast. I remember the first time I chased after an adolescent red-scaled beast, it suddenly exploded. Its entire body turned red, and its speed increased greatly. Now that I use my body's strength, my skin will also turn a faint dark red color. It's just a dark red color, so it's not eye-catching. Tung Qingshan was not a fool. He sensed that this had something to do with the Black Fire Spirit Root. The first time the Black Fire Spirit Root's energy was actively absorbed, Tung Qingshan's eyesight, hearing, and skin had not changed. But now that he had actively absorbed the energy, it had started to change. At least in the dark, I have an advantage. Moreover, my body's defense has become stronger. Of course, it's not as exaggerated as the red-scaled beast. Tung Qingshan exclaimed in admiration when he thought of the red-scaled beast. When the red-scaled beast was young, its physical strength was very average. However, the strength of its scales was terrifying. Although Tung Qingshan had improved, the improvement was not obvious. Tung Qingshan walked casually, but suddenly, he turned his head and looked into the distance. A few dozen zhongs away, a huge crimson head was looking in his direction. Red-scaled beast. Crimson-scaled armor? It has completely transformed. Tung Qingshan was shocked. I looked at it, but it didn't react at all. That red-scaled beast can't see me? Tung Qingshan wasn't sure about the red-scaled beast's vision. Similarly, the red-scaled beast thought that Tung Qingshan couldn't see it from a few dozen zhongs away. In its eyes, in a pitch-black environment, humans were blind. Chapter 150. The red-scaled beast instantly recognized that human. It was the human that it wanted to kill the most. In the past 20 days, it wasn't that no warriors had entered the underground to search. Those warriors who came to the underground, especially those who entered the tunnels to search and encountered the red-scaled beast, had all become the red-scaled beast's meal. It had just completed its transformation, and its scales had turned completely red. Its strength had greatly increased. It was fully confident that it could kill the human in front of it. Die. The red-scaled beast silently walked out of its nest. Its pair of red eyes, which were larger than copper bells, contained an undisguised, killing intent. It saw me? Tung Qingshan saw the red-scaled beast walking towards him, especially the killing intent in its eyes. He was startled, but he immediately smiled coldly. However, this red-scaled beast probably doesn't know that I can see it. Tung Qingshan took a glance at the red-scaled beast, then turned away. He pretended not to see the red-scaled beast and secretly gathered his strength. The red-scaled beast silently approached. When it was 10 zhong away from Tung Qingshan, its pupils instantly contracted. Close. Tung Qingshan's body relaxed to the extreme. Tung Qingshan could only feel the red-scaled beast turning into a huge red light and pouncing towards him. Tung Qingshan suddenly let out a loud roar. His eyes widened, and his body, which was originally relaxed to the extreme, suddenly burst forth with a terrifying strength like a bowstring. The rocky ground beneath Tung Qingshan's feet turned into dust with a low rumble. The astonishing strength instantly traveled from his legs to his waist. Both of his trousers abruptly propped up, and with a turn of Tung Qingshan's body, the strength was instantly transmitted to both of his hands. The muscles on both of his arms bulged and tore apart his sleeves, revealing a pair of powerful arms with a faint trace of dark red color. A silver bolt of lightning pierced towards the huge red light. Body strength of 210,000 gene. 9th level of vigor of the reckless bull. Complete eruption. Pursuing shadow spear art. 270,000 gene of explosive power. Clang. An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Boom. Tung Qingshan's reincarnation spear collided with the red sharp claws. The air, which had been compressed to the extreme, cracked and flew in all directions like formless blades of qi. Only continuous booming sounds could be heard. Crushed stones flew in all directions. Deep grooves appeared on the walls of the tunnel, and dust covered them. Roar! The red-scaled beast's entire body was thrown back more than 1 zhong. Its gigantic body rolled on the ground and quickly got up. The red-scaled beast's eyes turned crimson, as if it had gone mad. It roared furiously and pounced towards Tung Qingshan once again. It had already transformed. The might of a demonic beast was inviolable. The powerful impact also caused Tung Qingshan to take 3 steps back. What a good demon beast, its claws are huge, and those claws are like 4 sharp divine weapons. It actually fought against my reincarnation spear head-on. In that instant of battle, Tung Qingshan discovered that the demonic beast's weapon was its sharp claws. Furthermore, the fact that the red-scaled beast could use its sharp claws to block the reincarnation spear in such a short period of time meant that its reaction speed was also extremely fast. Strong strength, fast reaction speed, and strong defense. This was the red-scaled beast. Facing the red-scaled beast's frenzied pouncing, evil creature, Tung Qingshan roared. Like a flash of lightning, he also rushed forward and pointed his reincarnation spear at the red-scaled beast. Boom! 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 The reincarnation spear, one spear after another, was as fast as lightning. Every spear strike was powerful and contained a terrifying force. Furthermore, every spear strike contained an astonishing whirlpool force. When the endless spear strikes were linked together, even the powerful red-scaled beast felt as if its gigantic body had fallen into an invisible whirlpool. Bang! Tung Qingshan's body crashed into the stone wall at the side, causing it to crack open and dust to fall down. As for Tung Qingshan, it was as if nothing had happened, and he continued to rush towards the red-scaled beast. Bang! The red-scaled beast's gigantic body also crashed into the walls of the tunnel time and time again. It couldn't be helped. The tunnel's width was only so wide. With such a gigantic body, the red-scaled beast was unable to move too far while fighting with Tung Qingshan in the dark tunnel. The two of them were confined to this narrow space. This demonic beast's strength actually increased by so much after just one transformation. Tung Qingshan was also very shocked. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Tung Qingshan really didn't want to use the toxic dragon drill, because once it was used, especially against a gigantic creature like the red-scaled beast, it would be hard to kill it even if it pierced through it. Then, with the red-scaled beast's reaction speed, it would immediately give Tung Qingshan a claw strike. At that time, Tung Qingshan would be in great danger. The pursuing shadow spear art was slightly weaker than the toxic dragon drill. However, it was superior in that it was continuous and without any flaws. Roar! The furious red-scaled beast roared. It was really angry. It had already transformed, but it couldn't even deal with a human. The frenzied red-scaled beast was like a moving steel fortress, charging towards Tung Qingshan again and again. The 8 claws on its 2 front paws were divine weapons. It wanted to tear Tung Qingshan apart. One human and one demonic beast. The frenzied battle continued. At this moment, the red-scaled beast's height was around 27 to 28 zhang, and its length was around 50 to 60 zhang. Such a gigantic body contained an astonishing amount of strength. As for Tung Qingshan, he was 7 Qi 6 Cun 1, 9 meters. Although he looked weak, he also contained a strength that was not inferior to the red-scaled beast. One human and one demonic beast, both of them were extremely strong. Pung, 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 pung. Wherever they fought, the thin walls of the mountain collapsed, and the thick rocks of the mountain cracked. Gravel flew in all directions, and the strong pressure from the air blades also flew around wantonly. From where the human and the demonic beast had been fighting, Tung Qingshan's pursuing shadow spear art was continuous, forming a huge, invisible vortex that completely suppressed the demonic beast. Every time they collided, Tung Qingshan was able to advance, and the demonic beast had no choice but to retreat. At this moment, the red-scaled beast had already retreated to the entrance of its lair. This is the time. Tung Qingshan's eyes lit up. This was the lair of the red-scaled beast, and the space was much larger. Tung Qingshan could now dodge the sharp claws of the other party and use his ultimate technique. Circulating the crossing worlds technique, Tung Qingshan's physical strength exploded to the extreme. He dashed to the side of the red-scaled beast and mercilessly poured his strength into his right arm. The reincarnation spear in his hand instantly turned into an awl, piercing towards the back of the red-scaled beast's head. The moment it neared, boom! The reincarnation spear suddenly produced a strong force that revolved outwards. The force of the reincarnation spear was so strong that even Tung Qingshan was unable to hold onto the spear. Xiao! The spear was like a silver bolt of lightning. Roar! When Tung Qingshan dashed to its side, The red-scaled beast sensed the danger and roared angrily. At the same time, its huge body tried its best to dodge. Furthermore, its tail, which was unable to reach Tung Shan in the tunnel, also turned into a shadow and lashed towards Tung Shan like a long whip. Chi. The tip of the reincarnation spear was forged from purple radiant cold iron and was incomparably sharp. With great difficulty, it pierced through the outer layer of scales and into the dense muscles underneath. Fresh blood immediately seeped out from the cracks on the surface of the crimson-red scales. Not good. At the same time that Tung Shan thrust his spear, the red-scaled beast tail had already arrived in front of Tung Shan. There was no time to pull out his spear to block. Tung Shan only had enough time to grab the reincarnation spear with his left hand, while his right arm turned into a swimming dragon, barely managing to block the attack with the 12 forms of Xing-Yi. That powerful right arm was like a slippery python, and his fist and arm collided with the dragon tail. Pong! Tung Shan's entire body was like a cannonball crashing into the mountain rocks within its lair. With a loud sound, a huge hole was blasted into the mountain rocks. My body is already a combination of hardness and softness, but I'm still injured. In terms of the defense of my scales, I'm much weaker than this red-scaled beast. Tung Shan glanced at his right arm. A huge wound had appeared on his right arm, and the wound had opened up. However, with Tung Shan's ability to control his blood and qi, not a single drop of blood flowed out, and the wound was completely sealed. The red-scaled beast's tail lashed out with all its might. If Tung Shan had taken the attack head-on, his injuries would have been even more severe. After all, the red-scaled beast's defense was too strong. Its entire body was a weapon. Roar! Large amounts of blood flowed out from the wound on the red-scaled beast's back. It roared angrily and opened its bloody mouth. A human had actually caused it to be severely injured. He must die. That bloody mouth suddenly spewed out a completely white flame. Before the flame had even arrived, Tung Shan was so shocked that he hurriedly stepped on a mountain wall and fiercely leaped to the other side. Chi. The mountain rocks on the other side were completely turned into dust. Tung Shan was so shocked that his facial expression changed drastically. The flame that the red-scaled beast spits out can melt gold and iron. Melting gold and iron is indeed true. However, this red-scaled beast seems to be very tired. Tung Shan also realized that after the red-scaled beast spat out the flame, it started to pant, as if it was very tired. Roar! Seeing Tung Shan, it became angry again. I'm not going to fight with you anymore. Tung Shan cast a glance at the side of the lair and saw a gigantic black-scaled armor. Tung Shan dashed over and grabbed it with his right arm. With a fierce tug, he wrapped it around his shoulder, and like a gust of wind, he darted out of the lair through the hole that had been melted by the red-scaled beast flames. After dashing out of the lair, Tung Shan glanced around and found a narrow tunnel on the left side. Yes, that's it. Roar! The furious red-scaled beast smashed away the mountain rocks and followed him. Oomph! Tung Shan dove into the narrow tunnel and dashed over 10 zhang away in an instant. The red-scaled beast angrily roared at the entrance of the tunnel. After smashing and clawing a few zhang deep, the red-scaled beast stopped its futile efforts. This tunnel was only 1 zhang high, and its huge body could not enter at all. By the time it destroyed a few zhang deep, Tung Shan had already run over 10 zhang away. Roar! The red-scaled beast angrily roared a few times, but could only leave in the end. With its intelligence, it understood that even though it had just undergone a transformation, it was still a distance away from its peak. If its body contained enough fire-type energy, it would not be so tired after spitting out a mouthful of flame. Carrying the large bundle of scales, Tung Shan rapidly climbed up the large crevice and quickly arrived at the entrance of the cave. Looking at the tattered clothes on his body, Tung Shan looked at the large bundle of black scales beside him. This bundle of scales, when curled up, is as tall as a person. If it were to be fully spread out, it would probably cover an entire courtyard. Recalling the battle just now, Tung Qingshan understood. That red-scaled beast should have just completed its transformation. Its height should only be around 27 to 28 zhang, not over 30 zhang as recorded in the books. Furthermore, after spitting out flames once, it seemed to have no more energy left. The power of the white flames was terrifying. In terms of power, this white flame is probably very close to the black cold air spat out by the flood dragon in the frost jade pool. However, the flood dragon could continuously spit out flames. When I jumped off the cliff, the flood dragon was still spitting out cold air. Obviously, the flood dragon did not care about the cold air. Tung Qingshan deduced. The flood dragon should have lived for a very long time, and the energy within its body was very strong. On the other hand, the red-scaled beast had just undergone a transformation and was too young, so the energy within its body was too little. When fighting against the red-scaled beast, my strength was not weaker than its, but its scales were too strong. The toxic dragon drill probably did not injure its vitals. Tung Qingshan understood that if he were to really go all out, he had a 50 to 60% chance of killing the young red-scaled beast. However, the red-scaled beast could also kill him. It was not worth going all out. With these scales, it could be considered as a great success, and I can return to Jiangning. This plaything is also quite heavy. Such a large bundle must weigh over 10,000 jin. Tung Qingshan looked at the bundle of black scales beside him and immediately carried it out of the cave, leaping down. Chapter 151. Like a gust of wind, Tung Qingshan dashed out from the mountain and quickly entered the tent. It was currently morning, and many warriors had entered the mountain. Furthermore, Tung Qingshan's speed was fast, and he directly entered the tent from the mountain, so not many people paid attention to him. Only the servants at the Guei Yuan sect's campsite noticed a figure flash past them and enter Commandant Tung's tent. "Who is it?" A servant immediately shouted. "It's me." Tung Qingshan's voice sounded. "Ah, Lord has returned so early." The servant didn't dare to disturb him. "Give me a big bucket of water. I want to take a bath." Tung Qingshan's voice sounded. "Yes." Inside the tent, Tung Qingshan took off his tattered outer clothes and began to carefully observe the black scales of the red-scaled beast. When the black scales slightly unfolded, Tung Qingshan discovered many things. These sharp spikes. Tung Qingshan discovered that when this huge scale slightly unfolded, it should be almost the entire body of the red-scaled beast. Only the scales on the head and neck were missing. They should have been torn apart. Tung Qingshan could completely imagine the old scales of the red-scaled beast breaking apart during its transformation and crawling out from within. These scales are stacked on top of each other and are very densely packed. However, tearing them apart from the inside is easy. Tung Qingshan looked from inside and saw that the inside was actually a layer of thick skin. Although the thick skin was sturdy, the flying dagger that contained inner strength could cut through it. The scales that grew on the thick skin naturally separated. However, these sharp spikes are useless. Get them out. Tung Qingshan used the flying dagger to cut out 3 large pieces from the inside of the scales. He then removed all the sharp spikes that were originally on the back of the scales. These sharp spikes are really heavy. Tung Qingshan held onto the black spike. Originally, when it was on the back of the red-scaled beast, Tung Qingshan felt that it was very small. Now that he held it up close and looked at it, it's actually half a meter long, and the base is as thick as a fist. This one actually weighs 100 jin. Tung Qingshan began to pull out the spikes one by one. There were a total of 81 spikes. Most of the weight of this scale armor is on these spikes. Tung Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These 81 short spikes added up to more than 8,000 jin. All the scales added together weighed only about 1,000 pounds. The material of the spikes is special. They should also be treasures, Tung Qingshan thought to himself. At noon, Guan Lu brought a large group of people back to the camp. "Sir, you're back." The servants welcomed him warmly. "Yes, has Commandant Tung returned?" Guan Lu asked indifferently. Commandant Tung returned not long after he went out this morning. The servant replied. Guan Lu frowned and looked towards Tung Qingshan's tent. He actually slacked off. Commander Guan. Tung Qingshan suddenly walked out of the tent. Come in for a moment. HM. Guan Lu was a little confused, but still walked into Tung Qingshan's tent. She casually looked around the tent and then stared at Tung Qingshan. What's the matter? Could it be that you want to explain why you came back early this morning? At this moment, Tung Qingshan was wearing a new outer garment, and the injury on his arm could not be seen from the outside. Tung Qingshan pointed toward the table not far away. Look over there. Guan Lu looked carefully. She didn't pay much attention to it at first, but when she took a closer look, she saw that the table in the corner was neatly stacked with 3 thick piles of grayish-white items. At the bottom of the table were many sharp thorns that were randomly piled together. What is this? It's quite heavy, at least 700 to 800 jin. Guan Lu walked over in confusion and flipped it over. Guan! The black scale armor flipped over and fell to the ground, revealing the other side of the black scale. This is... Guan Lu's eyes widened. This is the black scale armor of the red-scaled beast. One side is covered with scales, and the other side is a thick layer of grayish-white skin. I've divided this thing into 3 large pieces, and each piece is about 2 zhang long and 1 zhang wide. Tung Qingshan said. He had already calculated in his heart that the 3 pieces added up to about 50 square meters. Guan Lu turned to look at Tung Qingshan in shock. The pile under the table is the sharp spikes of the red-scaled beast. Those things are real, and each one weighs over 100 jin. There are a total of 81 of them. Tung Qingshan said. Guan Lu took a deep breath and asked, Where did you get the red-scaled beast scale armor? Of course I stole it from the red-scaled beast's nest. Tung Qingshan said helplessly. You don't know, but the red-scaled beast had already transformed, and its entire body had turned scarlet red. It was too strong. If I hadn't escaped quickly and hid in a low tunnel, I would have been killed by the red-scaled beast. Guan Lu glared and shouted, You really risked your life. Are you injured? She carefully examined Tung Qingshan's body. I was scratched by the tail of the red-scaled beast. It's just a flesh wound. Tung Qingshan said. Quick, let me take a look. Guan Lu said, I'm fine. Do I look injured? Tung Qingshan quickly changed the topic. Now that we've gotten the red-scaled beast scale armor, I think we should hurry up and return to Jiangning. Tung Qingshan and the rest took advantage of the afternoon when there weren't many people. The 40 over people hurried to Hua City. The spikes and the scale armor weren't too heavy. Moreover, there were many people, and they had carriages. It was very easy to bring them to Hua City. After spending the night in Hua City, the next morning, Tung Qingshan and the rest rode on top of the war horses and set off. One of the 3 stacks of black scale armor was placed on Tung Qingshan's scarlet blood horse, while the other 2 were tied to Guan Lu's dark demonic horse. As one of the 3 dragon horses, the dark demonic horse carried close to 2,000 jin on its back. It was very easy to run alongside a normal dark demonic horse. The remaining 81 spikes were distributed to the 30 core disciples. They either carried 3 or 2 spikes each, and they weren't heavy. The group hurried on, although there were people at the foot of the blazing mountain who suspected that the Gui Yuan sect had obtained it. They weren't very sure. There weren't many experts who were willing to offend a large group of experts led by Tung Qingshan. After 2.5 days, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, Tung Qingshan and the rest finally arrived safely at Jiangning County City. Brother, Qingshan, big brother Qingshan. As soon as Tung Qingshan arrived at the north gate of the Gui Yuan sect, he saw his sister, Qingyu, Zhuge Yun, Lady Qing, Tung Qinghu, and a large group of people bustling about. Among these people, only a few were there to welcome Tung Qingshan. The others were the close friends and relatives of the 30 core disciples. Little you, did you miss your brother in these 3 months? Tung Qingshan smiled as he rubbed Qingyu's head. I missed you so much. I thought that brother would return in a month. Qingyu said with some dissatisfaction. At this time, a voice sounded from the side. Commandant Tung, the sovereign has ordered that when you arrive, you must immediately go and see him. I will lead the way. Commandant Tung, please. Tung Qingshan looked over and saw a disciple dressed in green. Okay, cousin, help me bring these things to a place to stay. I will go see the sovereign. I will find you guys later. Tung Qingshan smiled at the others and left with the disciple dressed in green. Under a thick and short willow tree, the willow branches on the willow tree danced with the wind. Beside the willow tree was Zhuge Yuanhong, who was sitting on a chair and reading a thread-bound book in satisfaction. Zhuge Yuanhong's hair was still loose, and he was wearing a loose, white long robe with big sleeves. Zhuge Yuanhong. Tung Qingshan saw Zhuge Yuanhong in the distance. He didn't know why, but the current Zhuge Yuanhong gave Tung Qingshan a very vague feeling. It was as if Zhuge Yuanhong, the short tree, and the gentle breeze had completely merged into one. It was like an ink painting. Sovereign. The disciple dressed in green called out respectfully. So strange. Tung Qingshan didn't think too much and followed. Qingshan is here. Zhuge Yuanhong raised his head and smiled. Okay, you can leave first. Qingshan, come here. The disciple dressed in green bowed and left. Tung Qingshan walked to the side of the empty space. I know exactly what you've been doing for the past 3 months. You've done well. Zhuge Yuanhong nodded his head in satisfaction. The news of him obtaining the scaled armor had been quickly sent to Jiangning via messenger pigeons when he was in Hua City. Zhuge Yuanhong obviously knew everything. Kill Meng Tian, save Commander Ji Hong, obtain the scaled armor of the red-scaled beast. Tell me, what do you want as a reward? Tung Qingshan was startled, asking for a reward as soon as he arrived. Sovereign, Tung Qingshan said respectfully, I want to give my cousin a set of armor made from the scaled armor of the red-scaled beast. I also hope that within the sect, I can guide my younger sister well. These are all small matters. The red-scaled beast has a huge body, and its scaled armor is enough to make 20 sets that cover its entire body. Since you obtained the scaled armor by yourself, I'll give you 2 sets. As for who to give it to, you can decide for yourself. As for your younger sister, haha, she's talented. The Gui Yuan sect will definitely guide her carefully. Zhuge Yuanhong looked at Tung Qingshan. I want to ask you, what about yourself? What are your requirements? Tung Qingshan frowned. I'll give you the position of a commander. Do you want it? Zhuge Yuanhong said with a smile. Tung Qingshan was shocked. Commander? After Ji Hong lost his arm, Tung Qingshan knew that Ji Hong would definitely abdicate his position. However, the positions of the 4 commanders were all held by people who were core disciples of the sect. This was because the position was too important. Tung Qingshan was strong, but to sit in that position, loyalty was more important. Me? Within the sect, will they agree? Tung Qingshan didn't believe it. Why don't you just become my personal disciple? Zhuge Yuanhong said with a smile. Personal disciple? Tung Qingshan looked at Zhuge Yuanhong carefully. Until now, he only had one master, Tung Buolei, from his previous life. In his previous life, Tung Qingshan was a Xing-Yi martial arts grandmaster. Tung Qingshan was very proud, asking him to become a disciple. This wasn't an easy task. I wonder what abilities sect leader has to teach me. Tung Qingshan stared at Zhuge Yuanhong. Zhuge Yuanhong put down the book, stood up, and walked to the side to break off a willow branch. He stood on the empty ground and looked at Tung Qingshan. Qingshan, you use the spear, and I'll use this willow branch. Both of us have an explosive strength of 10,000 jin. How about we compete? As he spoke, he infused the willow branch with his true origin and stretched it taut. Tung Qingshan frowned. Explosive strength? My opponent is a willow branch? Am I the reincarnation spear? However, Zhuge Yuanhong was a super expert listed in the heavenly ranking. He was the sect leader of the Gui Yuan sect and was a famous feudal lord. Tung Qingshan didn't dare to look down on him. Sect leader, please advise me. Tung Qingshan held the reincarnation spear and cupped his hands. Why wouldn't he be happy to spar with such an expert? Make your move. Zhuge Yuanhong smiled and stood still. Swish! Tung Qingshan's spear suddenly moved. It transformed into a sharp arrow and pierced toward Zhuge Yuanhong with a sharp whistling sound. Tung Qingshan indeed used 10,000 jin of strength. At the same time, he used his inner strength to stimulate the vital acupoints, causing the speed of the spear to increase. "You lose." A calm voice sounded. Tung Qingshan looked at the willow branch in front of his chest in shock. The tip of the willow branch was pointing at his chest. Tung Qingshan's reaction speed was extremely fast. He clearly remembered the scene just now. When he made his move, Zhuge Yuanhong easily dodged to the side. Zhuge Yuanhong only took a step forward to shorten the distance between them and immediately thrust his sword. This simple thrust was so fast that Tung Qingshan didn't have time to dodge. Actually, if Tung Qingshan had exploded with 210,000 jin of strength, he would have been able to dodge with his instantaneous speed and crossing worlds. However, the two of them were competing in using 10,000 jin of strength. "Teacher, how could you dodge my spear so easily? You only use the innate true origin that can explode with 10,000 jin of strength?" Tung Qingshan looked at Zhuge Yuanhong. "You doubt me and still call me teacher?" Zhuge Yuanhong asked. "Just based on that thrust. That stab just now was soundless and fast to the extreme. Just based on the speed, I suspect that teacher used more innate true origin. However, it was soundless and there was no sound of wind breaking. Just based on this, Sovereign can be my teacher." Tung Qingshan was really convinced. Maybe if he exploded with all his strength, he could kill an emptiness Dan innate expert. However, the thrust of his spear would definitely produce a sound of air exploding. As for Zhuge Yuanhong's willow branch, it should have produced a sound of air exploding and a strong wind. However, the truth was that it was soundless. A sound of air exploding was not good, because there was a sound of air exploding. This meant that the air had become a resistance force, which caused the air exploding. With such a strong resistance force, the speed of the spear would be limited. If there was no air hindrance, then the speed would be much faster. Soundless. This proved that there was no resistance force in the air. "Ha!" Zhuge Yuanhong laughed. That thrust was soundless and seemed simple. In fact, I just comprehended it recently. Being praised for what he was most proud of, Zhuge Yuanhong was also very happy. At least, Tung Qingshan had a good eye. This seemingly inconspicuous, soundless, and traceless was actually the most powerful one. If you want to learn this move, you have to reach the innate realm first. Only after reaching the innate realm can you advance step by step. Zhuge Yuanhong said. Tung Qingshan also felt that there was a big difference between the levels of an innate expert, although he was considered to be very high in terms of realm. However, according to Zhuge Yuanhong's words, some realms could only be comprehended after reaching the innate realm. Without reaching the innate realm, it was impossible to comprehend. "I will choose a good day to officially accept you as my disciple." Zhuge Yuanhong's face revealed a smile. "Qingshan, you are the most outstanding among my 6 disciples. Originally, I wanted to use the black fire spirit fruit to help you reach the innate realm. However, it seems that you will have to rely on your own hard work." "Yes, master," Tung Qingshan said respectfully. Zhuge Yuanhong's realm was enough for him to be his master. "Yes, the day I officially accept you as my disciple will also be the day you take up the position of first commander," Zhuge Yuanhong said. The 3rd chapter, Black Armored Corps Commander, ended. Tomato would rest for a day tomorrow and start the 4th chapter the day after tomorrow. Let me tell you, Tomato doesn't usually ask for leave. Usually, he would rest for a day after every chapter to prepare for the next one. Writing a chapter would take about a month, which meant that on average, he would take a day off every month. Of course, in the process of writing each chapter, Tomato would maintain 2 chapters a day, occasionally bursting out. If there was an important matter in between, he would definitely make up for it the next day. Yes, the 3rd chapter, Black Armored Corps Commander, had ended. The next chapter would be even more exciting. After writing all 76 chapters, it was time to call for monthly votes. The National Day was a total of 7 days, and the monthly votes would be doubled. If you want to cast your monthly votes, Then hurry up and cast them. Your fan points would be doubled. Chapter 152. Zhuge Yuanhong looked at Tung Shan, and the more he looked, the happier he felt. Tenacious, not arrogant, not rash, talented, and persistent. Under my careful guidance, it won't be difficult for him to step into the innate realm in 10 years. Once he reaches the innate realm, he will be able to comprehend the heavens and earth and gradually increase his realm. With Shan's temperament, it won't be impossible for him to surpass me after 10 years of training. My Gui Yuan sect might even become the #1 sect in Yangzhou in the future. We will replace Qing Hu Island. For the super experts, some secret techniques and treasures were nothing to them. Those were just external objects. At the level of Zhuge Yuanhong and the others, they placed more emphasis on internal training. At their level, it was very difficult to find a suitable disciple. Treasures were easy to get, but disciples were hard to come by. Shan, in the future, you should concentrate on training and step into the innate realm as soon as possible. Zhuge Yuanhong said. Yes, master. Tung Shan answered. Although he answered, Tung Shan was puzzled. He had probably reached the peak of the post-liminary realm long ago, and in terms of realm, after so many years in his previous life, although he couldn't compare to Master Zhuge Yuanhong, he was at least not lower than the ghost fox Sima Qing. But why didn't he have any signs of stepping into the innate realm? Master, how do I step into the innate realm from the post-liminary realm? Tung Shan asked. Seeing that Tung Shan was so anxious, Zhuge Yuanhong couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I will explain it to you today. In this world, there are very few innate experts. Out of 10 million people, it's hard to find one, but there are tens of thousands of experts at the peak of the post-liminary realm. From this, you can understand how difficult it is to step into the innate realm from the post-liminary realm. Tung Shan nodded. Tung Shan also knew about the population. For example, his hometown, East City, had a radius of 2 to 300 li and had a population of 2 to 3 million. The entire Jiangning County had a population of around 30 million. The entire Yangzhou had a population of 3 to 400 million. To step into the innate realm from the acquired realm, the first requirement is to reach the peak of the acquired realm. Zhuge Yuanhong said with a faint smile. The second requirement is that the spirit of the essence, qi, and spirit of the human body must be strong enough. The third way was to find a way to harmonize spirit and qi. With these 3 conditions, coupled with a person's talent, perseverance, and luck, one will be able to step into the Xiantian realm. Tung Shan silently remembered all of this in his heart. The method of harmonizing spirit and qi. Tung Shan was completely clueless. You should know that I've reached the peak of the post-liminary realm. As for the second one, I have to explain it to you seriously. Zhuge Yuanhong said. This essence refers to the essence of the human body, which also means blood essence. Living in this world, breathing in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, eating the 5 grains, all of them could become the essence of the human body. Essence is the foundation of a person's body. This qi absorbs the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and after refining it through cultivation, it becomes inner strength. In other words, qi can be harmonized with essence, making a martial artist body strong. As for inner strength, you probably know all about it. Among the 3, you have to listen to the word spirit clearly. Zhuge Yuanhong's expression became serious. Tung Shan listened carefully. This was related to whether or not he could step into the Xiantian realm. This spirit, this is what the mountain people call spirit, and what we martial artists call spirit. Some people feel muddle-headed and drowsy all day long. This is called insufficient spirit, weak spirit, but some people are full of spirit all day long and do everything with energy. This is called sufficient spirit. Of course, this so-called sufficient spirit is only for ordinary people. Martial artists train inner strength, and this inner strength can nourish the spirit. Therefore, martial artists usually have sufficient spirit to reach the Xiantian realm. The requirement for spirit is 10 times or even 100 times higher than ordinary people's spirit. Zhuge Yuanhong said, "This requirement is the harshest. Most martial artists are stuck at this stage. They are unable to step into the Xiantian realm." Tung Qingshan frowned. "Master, how do you know that spirit is strong enough to reach the Xiantian realm?" "Good question." Zhuge Yuanhong laughed. "To see if spirit is strong enough to reach the Xiantian realm, there's a very simple method." "What method?" Tung Qingshan asked. Zhuge Yuanhong smiled as he extended his hand, and a dark green light flew out from his palm. Tung Qingshan felt a heart-trembling power from the dark green light. He couldn't help but stare at the dark green light. Xiantian True Origin. This is Xiantian True Origin. Master's Xiantian True Origin is much stronger than that Sima Qing. It hasn't even touched me, but I already feel fear. The dark green flowing light was like a dark green ribbon. It circled around Zhuge Yuanhong's body twice, and finally merged into Zhuge Yuanhong's body. Afterwards, Zhuge Yuanhong looked at Tung Qingshan. "Qingshan, do you see it?" "I see it." Tung Qingshan nodded. "When your spirit is able to control your inner strength, it means that you have one foot in the Xiantian realm." Zhuge Yuanhong laughed. "The harmony of spirit and qi means that spirit can fuse with qi and control the circulation of inner strength. Of course, this is very difficult. You have to learn the method of harmony of spirit and qi." Tung Qingshan nodded. "How do I achieve harmony of spirit and qi?" Tung Qingshan immediately asked. "You have to make spirit strong enough to break through the sealed Naiwan Palace." Zhuge Yuanhong said, "The Naiwan Palace is in a person's brain, and spirit is hidden in the Naiwan Palace. The Naiwan Palace is sealed. Therefore, a normal martial artist spirit is unable to break through." Tung Qingshan also understood this point. In his previous life, the Millennium Chronicle also mentioned the Naiwan Palace. Only by breaking through the obstruction of the Naiwan Palace can the spirit and qi be fused together. Then one can transform and step into the Xiantian realm. Of course, there is a secret method to strengthen spirit and qi so that it can break through the Naiwan Palace. That is the method of harmony of spirit and qi. Zhuge Yuanhong laughed. "These methods are all secrets of the major sects. The earliest grandmasters did not have any secret methods. How did they break through?" Tung Qingshan couldn't help but ask. Zhuge Yuanhong said, "Without secret methods, they need to create. The secret methods of the major sects, of course, were created by some of the ancestors." Tung Qingshan exclaimed in his heart. It was too difficult to use spirit to control the internal strength outside of the body. "Qingshan, some secret methods are divided into heaven level, earth level, and human level. You already know about the human level secret methods. They are for the post-liminary masters to practice," Zhuge Yuanhong said. "And the earth-level secret methods contain the method to break through to the innate realm. Many of them can only be practiced by the innate realm masters. And the heaven-level secret methods are, of course, more magical." Zhuge Yuanhong looked at Tung Qingshan and said, "Qingshan, the earth-level secret methods and heaven-level secret methods are very important. I can only give them to you after the approval of the elders. Therefore, I will give them to you after I officially accept you as my disciple." Tung Qingshan nodded. A major sect naturally had its own rules. The earth-level secret methods and heaven-level secret methods couldn't be given away easily. "Qingshan, let me tell you, our Gue Yuan sect has 2 heaven-level secret methods. Among them, the Gue Yuan Heart Sutra is the most powerful one. It is our Gue Yuan sect's most powerful secret method," Zhuge Yuanhong said seriously. Even the same level, there was a difference in power. Tung Qingshan also understood this. Sometimes, some unique skills were indeed powerful. His Toxic Dragon drill was extremely powerful. Is teacher going to teach me the Gue Yuan Heart Sutra? Tung Qingshan thought to himself. Gui Yuan Sect's Gui Yuan Heart Sutra. Just by hearing the name, I can tell how important it is. Zhuge Yuanhong continued. The Gui Yuan Heart Sutra is the most practiced secret method in our Gui Yuan sect. For thousands of years, more than 90% of the people who reached the innate realm had practiced the Gui Yuan Heart Sutra. Therefore, in the sect, there are many books written by our ancestors that can be used as reference to solve the problems in the process of practicing the Gui Yuan Heart Sutra. In this way, it is not easy to make mistakes in the process of practicing. But the Gui Yuan Heart Sutra is used to practice sword arts. Zhuge Yuanhong said. Hearing this, Tung Qingshan was stunned. Sword arts? I practice spear arts. What's the use of giving it to me? Zhuge Yuanhong looked at Tung Qingshan and said, in our Gui Yuan sect, there are two heavenly level secret methods. One is sword arts, the other is saber arts. Therefore, Qingshan, if you want to learn the Gui Yuan Heart Sutra, it is best to abandon spear arts and learn sword arts. Actually, the principle is the same. With the level of your spear arts, I believe that learning sword arts will be very fast. Qingshan, what do you think? Zhuge Yuanhong looked at Tung Qingshan. Abandon spear arts? Learn sword arts? As soon as this idea emerged in his mind, Tung Qingshan abandoned it. In this life, he continued to study Xing Yi martial arts and transferred it to spear arts. Using the spear was as easy as using his own arm. Moreover, he had only converted 3 moves of the 5 elements fist art. There were still 2 moves that he had not converted. But from the looks of it now, the power of the 5 elements fist art was extremely great. Master, there is no need. Tung Qingshan did not think much and shook his head. I will still learn spear arts. In the sect, is there an earth-level secret method for spear arts? There is, but it is only the Dark Moon spear technique. Zhuge Yuanhong said. Qingshan, among the various weapons, the spear is the most difficult to master. In the land of the 9 prefectures, there are those who have reached the innate realm and still use spear arts. Their numbers are far less than those who use sabers and swords. It is very difficult to improve spear arts. There are too few that can be used for reference. Zhuge Yuanhong looked at Tung Qingshan and said, Qingshan, you better think about it carefully. I am preparing to officially accept you as my disciple on the 21st of September in the main hall of the Gui Yuan sect. You can give me an answer on that day. Yes, master. Yes, master. Tung Qingshan replied. All right, Qingshan, this harmony of spirit and qi. Spirit can control inner strength, but it is not for you to be like me. As long as you can control it slightly, it will be fine. When inner strength leaves the body, you can still control it slightly. Then, harmony of spirit and qi can be considered a success. Of course, don't be anxious. It is very difficult to achieve this step. When you get the secret method, follow the method and practice well. One day you will succeed. Zhuge Yuanhong smiled and said, Yes, you can go back first. Tung Qingshan stood there in a daze. Inner strength leaving the body, able to control it slightly. Then, his own silent flying dagger, throwing the dagger so far away, controlling the inner strength to explode. What was this? Why are you standing there in a daze? Zhuge Yuanhong said in a low voice. P.S. The 4th chapter of the Records of the 9 Cauldrons, Vermilion Tiger Roar, begins. Once you see the words Vermilion Tiger Roar, everyone will be able to guess what it represents. Huh? Chapter 153. Yes, master. Tung Qingshan didn't say much. He bowed and left. After watching Tung Qingshan leave, Zhuge Yuanhong smiled faintly and picked up the book again. He lay on the chair and started reading. Walking on the path, Tung Qingshan felt a little excited. According to Master, if I can control my inner strength even after it has left my body, it means that my spirit has already broken through the Naiwan Palace. One step into the innate realm. Isn't my mournful flying dagger exactly like that? Could it be that I've long since stepped into the congenital realm? He had thought that it would be difficult, but now he realized that he had almost succeeded. Actually, Tung Qingshan was able to reach the level of Grandmaster in his previous life. However, Grandmasters in his previous life could only be compared to the post-liminary realm experts of the land of the 9 prefectures. However, in terms of true combat power, an internal martial arts Grandmaster could probably kill a large number of first-rated warriors. Although the Grandmaster of the internal martial arts only had the strength of 10,000 Jin, it was the physical strength that could be sustained for a long time. Moreover, the Grandmaster of the internal martial arts could completely restrain his aura and control his muscles to the extreme. In terms of cultivation level, it was much higher. If it wasn't for the fact that the heaven and earth spiritual qi in his previous life was too scarce, the Grandmasters in his previous life would have achieved even more. As for the spirit of the essence, qi and spirit, Tung Qingshan's realm was already high, and the internal martial arts focused on nourishing one's health. Therefore, it was very good for nurturing the spirit. Tung Qingshan's spirit was naturally powerful. But why is it that my internal strength is only at the acquired stage and not the innate stage? Tung Qingshan was puzzled. Forget it, there's no hurry. On the 21st of September, I will formally acknowledge him as my master. At that time, I will be able to read the detailed description of the method to enter the Xiantian realm in the secret manual. Tung Qingshan was very clear about this. The silent flying dagger technique represented that he was already 1 foot into the innate realm. Wait for my spirit and qi to fuse and transform into innate true origin. At that time, my innate true origin and physical strength will combine. Tung Qingshan was looking forward to it. Moreover, my inner strength will not be able to strengthen my body. I wonder if the innate true origin can strengthen my body again. After eating the black fire spirit root, Tung Qingshan's body would continue to improve. However, this improvement would eventually come to an end. The innate true origin was obviously of a higher level than the inner strength, so it might have a miraculous effect. When Tung Qingshan returned to his residence, he had just washed up and changed his clothes when he was dragged out by Tung Qinghu, Zhuge Yun, Little Yu, and Zhuge Qing for a good meal. These people ate and chatted at the Canvas Luna restaurant for a full 3 hours. When the sky was completely dark, they walked back to the Gui Yuan sect, laughing all the way. Big brother Qingshan, on the 21st day, we will be brothers, Zhuge Yun said with a smile. Yes, I will call you 4th senior brother in advance. Junior brother, Tung Qingshan replied with a smile. 4th senior brother. Lady Qing also called out. In the Gui Yuan sect, disciples were ranked according to their age, because most disciples entered the Gui Yuan sect at the age of 10. It was very rare for disciples to enter the Gui Yuan sect when they were older. Moreover, even if they specially accepted older disciples, they would usually have some talent and ability. It's getting late. Little Yun, you two should go back and rest. Tung Qingshan said with a smile. Lady Qing nodded and said, yes, yes. Little Yu, come to my place tomorrow morning. Let's practice the sword together. Okay. Qingyu also nodded happily, following which the two groups separated. Tung Qingshan, Tung Qinghu, and Qingyu returned to their residence. At this moment, the sky was already dark, and a crescent moon hung high in the sky. Brother, a few days ago, I was the only one here. You and cousin Qinghu both went out, and it was so quiet. Qingyu smiled. Now that the matter is settled, brother won't go out again, right? Not in the near future, Tung Qingshan said as he walked towards his residence. Qingyu, cousin, follow me. Qingyu and Tung Qinghu were somewhat puzzled, but they still followed. Tung Qingshan's residence was on the 2nd floor at the back of the mansion. After entering Tung Qingshan's room, they found a large cloth bag. This large cloth bag contained the things that Tung Qingshan had brought all the way from the Blazing Mountain. It was easily opened. Little you look. Tung Qingshan took out a soft golden vest from the bag. What is this? Qingyu's eyes widened. At the side, Tung Qinghu hastily introduced. Qingyu, This is the treasure that Qing Shan had seized from the leader of the thousands of mounted bandits. It is called the Golden Silk Vest. Even a post-liminary realm expert would not be able to pierce through this golden silk vest. Moreover, it is very light. It is not like the heavy armor worn by our black armored corps. Qingyu happily took it. Wow, so soft. It is cool and comfortable to touch, and it is not considered heavy. It was not considered heavy, close to half a gene. Compared to some heavy armor, it was much lighter. Moreover, some winter iron inner armors and dark steel inner armors were hard to wear. How could they compare to the comfort of this golden silk vest? Brother, aren't you going to wear it? Qingyu hastily said, I know that when warriors wear heavy inner armors, their strength will be affected. Brother, I don't need it. Tung Qingshan shook his head and smiled. With his current astonishing strength of 210,000 gene, wearing heavy armor that weighed tens of gene would be nothing. Tung Qingshan wearing armor that weighed tens of gene was like those who could lift 2,000 gene, wearing green clothes that weighed a few taels. Cousin, Tung Qingshan also took out the Millennium Cold Steel bow. When you were in the clan, you also practiced archery. This Millennium Cold Steel bow can withstand tens of thousands of gene of force. It is enough for you to use. When you're tired from practicing the spear, you can also practice archery. There is no harm in having one more skill. Hee, I won't be polite with you. Tung Qinghu took the Millennium Cold Steel bow. This kind of weapon was extremely expensive. Just the amount of Millennium Cold Steel on the bow alone was enough to scare people. Cousin, here is 60,000 taels of silver. Take it. Tung Qingshan handed over a stack of silver notes. Now that you are a centurion, when you look for a wife, treat people to wine and eat, as well as buy weapons, you will need silver. Take it. In the past, Tung Qingshan had seized more than 100,000 taels of silver from the bandits. Of course, Tung Qingshan did not care about this amount of silver. 60,000 taels. Tung Qinghu looked at Tung Qingshan. Qingshan, what about you? I have it. Tung Qingshan looked at his sister. Xiaoyu, here is 50,000 taels of silver. Keep it with you and use it whenever you want. Tung Qingshan was very clear that within the Gui Yuan sect, there were many disciples who would secretly compare themselves with others. If one was poor and had no money, he would be looked down upon in secret. Humans were very realistic. Yes. Qingyu was very excited. These days when she was with Miss Qing, they went boating and shopping. She was already embarrassed that she spent Miss Qing's money. Brother, you don't need it? Qingyu looked at Tung Qingshan. Brother has a lot of it. Tung Qingshan pinched Qingyu's small face and said with a smile. Actually, Tung Qingshan had never thought of revealing the astonishing wealth he had obtained from the ghost fox Sima Qing. Whether it was a centurion or a disciple of the Gui Yuan sect, having tens of thousands of taels of silver was not out of line. With so many silver notes, Tung Qingshan was only using it in reserve. In the future, he could use it for the clan. As for himself, towards gold and silver, Tung Qingshan's demand was still very low. All right, the two of you go rest. You still have morning exercises tomorrow. Tung Qingshan said. Yes, brother. Qingyu happily replied. After the two left, Tung Qingshan turned around and took out a large number of flying knives. Then he jumped out of the window into the backyard. In the backyard, the night wind blew. Tung Qingshan first placed the 10 flying knives to the side. At the same time, he picked up a few stones. He took a deep breath and instantly entered the silent state. Then he casually threw a small stone. Xiao! The speed of the stone wasn't fast. With a ping sound, it split open halfway through. Yes, I can control the explosion of my inner strength from a distance. In the silent state, my spirit can indeed control the inner strength. Then, can I be like Master and control the inner strength to circle around? Tung Qingshan threw another small stone, and at the same time, he tried to control the stone to turn. But when Tung Qingshan's spirit sensed the inner strength and wanted to control the turning, pong, the stone broke into pieces. No, my spirit. Once I control it, The inner strength will break the balance and explode. Tung Shan shook his head. The inner strength was like a hedgehog with thorns all over its body. Once it was touched, it would react violently. The stone was small in size and contained little inner strength. It should be easy to control it. If he couldn't even control the turning of the stone, it was impossible to use the flying knives. Xiao, pong, pong, pong. After repeated experiments, these sounds even attracted the attention of his sister Qingyu and cousin. However, they were sent away by Tung Shan with one sentence. Tung Shan continued to immerse himself in research on how to let the spirit control the inner strength more skillfully to achieve the effect of turning the stone. Gradually, Tung Shan realized that the spirit didn't control the inner strength only at the end of the turn. Instead, when the inner strength was infused into the stone, the spirit and the inner strength would connect. During the flying process, the spirit and the inner strength would work hard to fuse together. Of course, the stone flew out in the blink of an eye. It was extremely difficult to fuse his spirit and inner strength in such a short period of time. After repeated experiments, he summarized the reasons for his failure and continued to improve. Swoosh! Another stone was shot out. When it arrived in front of the rockery in the distance, it suddenly made a turn and flew in an arc, smashing into a protruding rock on the rockery. With a pong sound, it shattered. Success! A smile appeared on Tung Shan's face. Although the sudden explosion of the flying knife was unexpected, the power of the shattered flying knife would, of course, decrease. The power of the flying knife didn't decrease when it turned. Tung Shan was delighted. Now, I can control the fusion of the spirit and inner strength much better. Of course, it's too difficult to make the innate true origin circle around the body twice and then fly back into the body like Master did. With improvement, Tung Shan was very happy. With just this flying knife technique, Tung Shan was already confident that he could kill a weak innate expert like Sima Qing. Humph. If a normal innate expert wanted to infuse inner strength into the flying knife, with the material of a normal flying knife, infusing too much inner strength would probably cause it to explode. Tung Shan was very clear about this point. The amount of inner strength a weapon could withstand was limited. This was also the reason why godly weapons were so precious. However, Tung Shan's flying knife throwing was different. His strength was not infused into the interior of the flying knife. Only some inner strength was infused into the knife, while his physical strength was used on the outside of the flying knife. It was like throwing a stone. Even if one threw a stone with 100,000 gene of strength, the stone would only explode when it came into contact with an object. However, if one infused inner strength that could explode with 100,000 gene of strength into the stone would probably explode from the inside before it could even fly out. This is one of the advantages of physical strength. Tung Shan thought to himself. Chapter 154. There were still some days until September 21st. These days, Tung Shan practiced the 3 postures in the morning and in the day to comprehend the concept. He wanted to create the 4th spear technique of the 5-element spear art. In the afternoon, Tung Shan practiced the godly tiger form technique. After eating the black fire spirit root, Tung Shan's strength, vision, and hearing were slowly improving. At night, he would study the flying dagger technique. Of course, during lunch and dinner, he would drink and chat with his brothers in the Black Armored Corps. Actually, it was not only Tung Shan who worked hard. Most of the people in the Black Armored Corps were also very hardworking. Those who could pass the selection and stay in the Black Armored Corps were very few who enjoyed leisure and hated hard work. In the blink of an eye, it was already September 21st. Early in the morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Most of the people in the Black Armored Corps barracks were still asleep, and Tung Shan's residence was noisy. Cousin, Qingyu was already in the courtyard. She jumped up excitedly and shouted, "Wake up quickly! This morning, we have to go to the main hall. The sky is just beginning to brighten." Tang Qinghu pushed open the door and walked out with a mixed iron spear. He glanced at Qingyu helplessly. "Qingyu, look, what time is it? There's still an hour before breakfast." Although he said so, Tang Qinghu still walked to the front courtyard and practiced his spear art. Qingyu snorted, "So lazy. Look at my brother. I just woke up, and he's already practicing. I'm competing with Qing Shan, so don't sleep." Tang Qinghu stopped his spear and laughed. "Look, your brother sits cross-legged in the back courtyard at night. How can I compete? You want me to not sleep and sit quietly? Treat sitting quietly as sleeping? I don't have that ability." Who? In the back courtyard, whistling sounds came from time to time. Tung Qingshan was practicing the three postures. It was an ordinary three postures, but in Tung Qingshan's hands, it had a special charm. If one looked closely, they would discover that Tung Qingshan's legs seemed to be hiding a bow, and so were his arms. His entire body was like a bow. His entire body was hiding a powerful force. Slow and swift, the sudden punch was like pulling back a bow and shooting out a sharp arrow. Withdraw. Tung Qingshan's chest was like a bellows as he let out a long breath. There was a trace of a tranquil smile on his face. Every time he practiced the three postures, Tung Qingshan could faintly feel a sense of endless growth and the harmony of yin and yang. However, that concept was too profound. Tung Qingshan could not see through it. "Cousin Little You, you're up early today. Let's go have breakfast." Tung Qingshan walked towards the front yard. "Brother, you have to change your clothes. Today is the day when the sovereign officially accepts you as a disciple. At that time, we'll invite many elders, protectors, and others to the main hall," Qingyu said. Tung Qingshan looked at his clothes. There was dust on his clothes. Because he had been practicing in the courtyard for a whole night, his clothes were also covered with dust. "There's no hurry. I will come back after breakfast to wash up and change my clothes," Tung Qingshan said. The three of them left the residence. The morning sun rose, and its rays shone brightly on the main hall of the Gui Yuan sect. On the stairs outside the main hall, a large number of Gui Yuan sect's core disciples stood there. All of them were wearing white robes. Their bodies were perfectly straight. On some roads far away, there were even more core disciples gathered in groups of 3 to 5. They were looking at the main hall from afar and discussing in low voices. "What's going on in the sect today? My martial uncle and the other disciples of the 27th generation are waiting outside the main hall. Who knows? The disciples of the 27th generation are qualified to stand outside the main hall. We, the 28th generation, can only watch from afar. Look, Grandmaster. Wow, there are also elders and protectors." Many core disciples saw a group of people in the distance. This group of people was the true top management of the Gui Yuan sect. Tung Qingshan was among this group of people. All centurions, 2 people stand on each step down in order, and stand outside the main hall. Ji Hong, who was dressed in black, shouted loudly. The centurions behind the crowd responded respectfully. This time, even the centurions of the Black Armor Corps were not qualified to enter the main hall. They could only stand outside. Outside the main hall, on each step, there were 2 centurions and 2 core disciples of the 27th generation. Tung Qinghu was one of them. Above the main hall, there were 2 rows of chairs on the left and right side, forming a line all the way to the main hall's entrance. There were 2 rows of chairs on the left and right side, each with 18 chairs. There were a total of 36 chairs. The 4 commandant and 11 commandant sat on the right side. There were 12 commandant in the Black Armored Corps, but only 1 commandant was outside. Apart from these 15 people, there's also the county governor of Jiangning City and the general of the city guards. They sat in front of the 4 commandants. With these 17 people, naturally, the first seat on the right side was unoccupied. On the left side, there were also 17 people sitting on the 18 seats. Only the first seat on the left was unoccupied. From these seats, we can see the major powers of the Gui Yuan sect. Tung Qingshan sat in the back of the right row, his gaze sweeping across the group of people. The row on the left should be the elders and protectors of the Gui Yuan sect. They should be in charge of the core disciples and outer disciples. Our row is the black armored corps. Oh, those two people. Tung Shan did not know the county governor of Jiangning City and the general of the city guards. At this moment, the sovereign had not arrived yet. The main hall was filled with laughter, very casual. Old Yen, who are the two people at the front of our row? They are actually able to sit in front of the four commandants. Tung Shan asked in a low voice. Yin Gu, who was next to him, was also a commandant under the first commander. Shan, one of those two, is the county governor of Jiangning City, and the other is the general of the city guards. The two of them control a total of 80,000 city guards. Yin Gu said in a low voice, although those city guards were kicked out of the Black Armored Corps, they have a lot of people. They are also the army that protects the Gui Yuan sect's nest. So it's them. Tung Shan's heart moved, because the Black Armored Corps has always maintained the number of 6,000, and there were many people who wanted to enter the Black Armored Corps. In fact, many of them were quite strong, but they were still kicked out. Therefore, the Gui Yuan sect accepted those people into the city guards. The Jiangning city guards numbered 80,000. It was the largest army in the entire Jiangning County. Of course, if it was a frontal battle, the 6,000 Black Armored Corps were enough to destroy the 80,000 city guards. However, if the 80,000 city guard were to defend with the high walls of Jiangning County, even the 6,000 Black Armored Corps would find it difficult to break through. This is the Gui Yuan sect. Tung Shan sighed in his heart. An elite 6,000 Black Armored Corps and a large number of well-trained 80,000 city guards. There were nearly 10,000 core disciples and countless outer disciples. This was the Gui Yuan sect's reliance to completely rule Jiangning County. At this time, 3 figures walked in from outside the hall. The one in the lead was dressed in a white robe and had long hair draped over his shoulders, Zhuge Yuanhong. Among the 2 people behind him, one was an old man with white hair, wearing a plain cotton robe. As for the other person, his eyes were like lightning, and his aura was fierce. Looking at his age, he should be a middle-aged man. Martial uncle, martial granduncle, please take a seat. Zhuge Yuanhong smiled faintly. The 2 of them bowed slightly, and then very naturally sat at the head of the left and right rows respectively. The 2 of them. Tung Shan immediately guessed. Could it be that these 2 people are the legendary law-enforcing elders of the Gui Yuan sect? During his days in the Black Armored Corps, Tung Shan had also heard of the law-enforcing elders. The position of the law-enforcing elders was extremely high, only slightly lower than the sovereign. As for the other commanders, prefectural governors, elders, protectors, commandant, and others, their positions were much lower. Inside the hall, after Zhuge Yuanhong sat down, the others also sat down. Shan, Zhuge Yuanhong smiled faintly. Tung Shan immediately stood up and bowed. Sovereign. This was a public occasion, and they hadn't officially acknowledged him as their master yet. Thus, Tung Shan still had to address him as sovereign. Shan has lived in the mountains since he was young. Using nature as his teacher, he created his spear art. At such a young age, he even killed the Blood Moon saber Meng Tian. During the battle at the Blazing Mountain, the black and white elders of Xiaoyao Palace joined hands to deal with Shan. However, Shan wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Haha, Shan is a talented, unpolished jade. Today I, Zhuge Yuanhong, will officially accept Shan as my disciple. Everyone, please bear witness. Zhuge Yuanhong said with a smile. Tung Shan immediately stepped forward and took the teacup from the servant girl's tray. He knelt down on one knee and served the tea. Teacher, please drink the tea. Tung Shan said respectfully. Zhuge Yuanhong took the teacup with a smile and drank 2 mouthfuls. Then, he put it aside and nodded with a smile. From today onwards, Shan, you are the 27th generation disciple of the Gui Yuan sect. In the future, you must work harder and enter the innate realm as soon as possible. The process of acknowledging a master was actually very simple. After drinking the tea, it was considered done. Yes, teacher. Tung Qin Shan said respectfully. Get up. Zhuge Yuanhong smiled faintly. From today onwards, Tung Qin Shan was the direct disciple of the sovereign of the sovereign. This identity wasn't ordinary. Those who were able to become the sovereign were usually the most outstanding disciples. And when the sovereign chose disciples, he would also choose the most outstanding ones. According to the tradition, the next sovereign of the Gui Yuan sect would normally be chosen from the direct disciples of the sovereign. Zhang Feng and Guan Lu were able to become commanders at a young age. Other than their strength, it was also related to their identity as the direct disciples of the sovereign. Congratulations, sovereign! A group of people in the hall cupped their hands and shouted, Today, I will accept Qin Shan as my disciple. This is a small matter. There is something more important. Zhuge Yuanhong said as he looked at Ji Hong. Instantly, the hall quieted down. Everyone knew the crucial moment had arrived. The process of accepting a disciple was very simple. In the past, there was rarely such a huge commotion. This time, with so many people gathered, everyone knew that it was probably to choose a new commander. The position of a commander was a position that held real power. Moreover, Jihang's position was the first commander. According to the rules, the other three commanders had to be controlled by him. Everyone, Jihang stood up and said in a clear voice, I have been the first commander of the Black Armored Corps for more than 50 years. Now, I feel that my strength is not as strong as my heart desires, so I will step down from this position. Then, he looked at the sovereign, Zhuge Yuanhong. Sovereign, please choose a new commander. Everyone held their breath and looked at the sovereign, Zhuge Yuanhong. Chapter 155. The 11 Commandant were all looking forward to it. If there was a vacancy, of course it would be from the Commandant. Pang Shan, Zhang Feng, and Guan Lu, the three Commandants, could not calm down. Choose the first Commandant? Pang Shan was the second Commandant. Zhang Feng was the third Commandant, and Guan Lu was the fourth Commandant. The three of them also wanted to advance further. Now, my meteor blade has also reached small success. Even Martial Uncle might not be my opponent. This first Commandant should be mine. Zhang Feng's heart was burning with passion. Meteor Blade was one of the 2 heavenly-level secret manuals of the Gui Yuan sect. Zhang Feng had always been training in blade techniques. He rarely roamed the world, so his reputation was not great. However, before Tung Qin Shan's future, Zhuge Yuanhong was most optimistic about Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, who had been training hard, was very powerful. The younger generation, Zhuge Yun, and the others were easily defeated when they fought with him. Second Martial Uncle has led the Black Armored Corps in battle for the Gui Yuan sect for so many years. He has worked hard and made great contributions. From today onwards, Second Martial Uncle will be an elder of the Gui Yuan sect. Zhuge Yuanhong said loudly. Jihang's face also revealed a trace of a smile. He was old, and stepping down as an elder could be considered success. Many people congratulated Jihang. Zhuge Yuanhong paused for a while, then said, However, the position of Commandant of the Black Armored Corps cannot be left vacant. Immediately, the hall became quiet again. Zhuge Yuanhong's voice echoed in the empty hall. The new first Commandant of the Black Armored Corps will be the former first Commandant, Tung Qin Shan Commandant. The hall was in an uproar. Tung Qin Shan as the first Commandant? Many people looked at Tung Qin Shan. Tung Qin Shan, come and receive the armor. Zhuge Yuanhong said loudly. Tung Qin Shan immediately stood up and walked towards Zhuge Yuanhong. How could it be him? Zhang Feng's expression changed. I'm a commander. Even if Tung Qin Shan was promoted to commander, he would at most be the fourth commander. The first commander should be chosen from the three of us. With my strength, I should be the first commander. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, Zhang Feng stood up abruptly and strode to the center. Immediately, many people looked at him. Zhuge Yuanhong looked at his beloved disciple. There's going to be a good show. Zhang Feng is probably not convinced. The elders and protectors looked at each other and smiled, watching this scene with interest. In any case, this was an internal affair of the Black Armored Corps. After choosing the first commander, it was impossible for the protectors and elders to take up the position. Tung Qingshan also looked at Zhang Feng. Master, Zhang Feng said respectfully, Shidi Qingshan's strength is extraordinary and he has made great contributions. He is indeed qualified to be a commander. However, Shidi Qingshan is too young and inexperienced. When Marshal Granduncle took up the position of first commander, the three of us trusted him. But Qingshan, I think it's better to let him be the fourth commander for now. Guan Lu and Pang Shan were both silent. Zhang Feng's heart was perturbed as he waited for Zhuge Yuanhong to speak. Step down, Zhuge Yuanhong shouted. Zhang Feng choked and raised his head to look at Zhuge Yuanhong. Zhuge Yuanhong's expression darkened. Who will be the first commander is decided by me and the disciplinary elder. How can it be decided by you? All right, Feng Er, step down first. Zhang Feng's heart shook. In the Gui Yuan sect, the highest position was undoubtedly the sovereign and the disciplinary elder. Important matters were decided by the sovereign and the disciplinary elder. As a disciple, he had no right to doubt the decision. Zhang Feng was unwilling. All these years, he had been the representative of the younger generation of the Gui Yuan sect. No one could be compared to him. Zhang Feng did not step down. He gritted his teeth and said loudly, Master, the ranking of the four great commanders is based on strength. That year, Marshal Granduncle defeated the three of us. And now, if Shidi Qingshan wants to be the first commander, he must be able to convince others. I'll be the first to challenge him. Let's see how Shidi Qingshan is. Seeing this, Sovereign Zhuge Yuanhong sighed inwardly. His disciple Zhang Feng's perseverance was not bad, and he was talented. The only flaw was that he cared too much about fame and fortune. When he was in the Black Armored Corps, Zhang Feng cared a lot about the difference in ranks. Most Black Armored Corps commandant would feel fear when he saw Zhang Feng, even who is the first commander, haggling over such a small matter. How narrow-minded. Commander? Elder? They were all empty. Reaching the innate realm and becoming an innate ranker. That's true ability. Zhuge Yuanhong was obviously not satisfied with his disciple Zhang Feng. This time, I'll borrow Qingshan's hand to teach him a lesson. I hope he'll wake up. Zhuge Yuanhong still had hope for this talented and persevering disciple. Qingshan, are you willing to accept the challenge? Zhuge Yuanhong looked at Tung Qingshan. The elders, protectors, and commanders all looked at Tung Qingshan. I'm willing. Tung Qingshan bowed and said. Zhang Feng looked at Tung Qingshan with a gaze as sharp as a knife. Zhuge Yuanhong nodded and said loudly, However, Qingshan will take over as the first commander today. It's not suitable to challenge him. Feng Er, step down first. Today, Qingshan will take over the armor first, until the 28th of September. If the other three commanders are not satisfied, you can challenge Qingshan. The final victor will be the first commander. Yes, master. Zhang Feng then stepped down and glanced at Tung Qingshan. Kilming Tian, on par with the black and white elders. His ability is not weak. However, he's only 17. I don't believe he's a match for my meteor blade. Zhang Feng was very confident in himself. In the main hall, Tung Qingshan respectfully received the dark steel armor and the first commander's token. The commander's dark steel heavy armor is indeed the heaviest. Holding it in his hands, Tung Qingshan was clear of its weight. The Centurion's hematite heavy armor, boots, helmet, and other equipment added up to more than 200 gene. As for the commandant's cold steel armor, it was more than 300 gene. After all, just the cold steel inner armor was more than 10 gene. As for the commander's dark steel heavy armor, it added up to more than 250 gene. Even a first-rated warrior would feel uncomfortable wearing 250 gene. People like Ji Hong and Pang Shan, whose abilities were close to the Earth ranking, could usually bear it. If they were to fight one-on-one, it would affect their flexibility. They would usually take it off and only wear the inner armor to fight. From this, it could be seen how good the red-scaled beast armor was. The entire set only weighed about 100 gene. However, its defense was higher than the cold steel heavy armor, and the protection of the joints was better. The new first commander was decided in the main hall. Outside the main hall, the disciples of the 27th generation in white robes and the centurions of the black armor corps in black robes could clearly hear the voices in the main hall. They all started discussing in low voices. The first commander is actually Tung Qingshan. I guessed it. He's on par with the black and white elders of Xiaoyao Palace. The black and white elders are both listed in the Earth ranking. Any one of them can kill us with one move. The two of them couldn't even defeat Tung Qingshan when they joined hands. TSK. If only one day I could be on par with Junior Qingshan. You still call him Junior Qingshan? He's a commander. He's a disciple of the 27th generation like us. What's wrong with calling him Junior? Don't mention this. Did you hear it just now? On the 28th of September, Commander Zhang Feng wants to challenge Commander Qingshan. Zhang Feng, he has never lost to our younger generation. That Tung Qingshan is able to kill an expert of the Earth ranking. The group of core disciples and centurions discussed in low voices. Tung Qinghu was the happiest. Soon, a large group of people walked out of the main hall. The sovereign and the law-enforcing elder walked in front, followed by the four commanders, elders, commandant, protectors, and others. Immediately, the centurions and core disciples outside the main hall quietened down. Cousin, help me bring back this dark steel heavy armor. Tung Qingshan passed the item to Tung Qinghu. All right, Tung Qinghu nodded. I have something to do. I'll be back in a while. As he spoke, Tung Qingshan followed the sovereign, Zhuge Yuanhong, and left. Tung Qingshan followed behind Zhuge Yuanhong and kept moving forward. Qingshan, have you decided? Are you going to learn sword arts or spear arts? Zhuge Yuanhong asked. Master, I'm going to learn spear arts. Tung Qingshan said respectfully. Zhuge Yuanhong couldn't help but shake his head. I knew it. Qingshan, actually, sword arts and spear arts have something in common. Sword arts focus on stabbing. Spear arts also focus on stabbing. With your attainments in spear arts, you can completely transform it into sword arts. Tung Qingshan also understood that spear arts and sword arts did have something in common. A sword was a simplified version of a long spear. Spear length. If the two of them keep a distance, the spear will have the advantage. But because of the length, it can be used. It is not as flexible as the sword. However, it is easier to use a 4-chi long sword with all kinds of sword arts, especially after reaching the innate realm. Since the birth of the poetic sword godly Tai Bai, sword arts have reached the peak in this world. Among the innate experts, swords are the most common. Zhuge Yuanhong said. Tung Qingshan also knew about the poetic sword godly Tai Bai. Even the books, such as the Earth Ranking and Hidden Dragon Ranking mentioned the poetic sword godly Tai Bai, Emperor Yu, and the Heavenly Emperor of Qin Mountains. From all kinds of books, the ones with the highest status were undoubtedly Emperor Yu and the Heavenly Emperor of Qin Mountains. Both of them had unified the world. Moreover, their martial arts were the best in the world. Among the countless experts who had not unified the world, only 2 people could be on par with Emperor Yu and the Heavenly Emperor of Qin Mountains. One of them was the one who created the Mani Temple and the cultivation method of the Buddhism sect. He was known as the patriarch of the Buddhism sect, Sakya. The Mani Temple was able to dominate 2 prefectures of the 9 prefectures. It had many experts and was unfathomable. It became the most powerful sect among the 8 supreme sects of the 9 prefectures. This was related to the patriarch Sakya. The other person was the peerless poetic sword godly Tai Bai. Over 3,000 years ago, this person used a long sword to dominate the world and was unrivaled. However, he did not establish a sect. His supreme technique, Green Lotus Sword Song, had caused a few catastrophes in history. For countless years, these 4 people who stood at the peak had left behind 4 great secret techniques. Heavenly Book of the 9 Cauldrons, Green Lotus Sword Song, Golden Buddha, and divine reflection of the heavenly emperor. These four great secret techniques were known as the four great godly level secret techniques. However, for countless years, there were people who obtained these godly level secret techniques, but no one was able to reach the achievements of these four people. Poetic Sword, Godly Tai Bai. Tung Ching Shan shook his head and said, "Teacher, I still want to learn spear arts." The predecessors did not have great achievements in spear arts. Could it be that he could not create his own set of spear arts? I will not talk about you anymore. Follow me to the martial pavilion. Zhuge Yuanhong shook his head and smiled. Chapter 156. At this moment, it was noon. The gentle autumn sunlight shone on the green two-story stone building, causing the ancient stone building to be enveloped in a layer of light, making it seem dreamy and illusory. The mosses and patterns on the stone walls told of the ancientness of this stone pavilion. On the top of the building, there were two big words, Martial Pavilion. Qingshan, this is the place where the secret manuals of Gue Yuan sect are kept. The Martial Pavilion. Zhuge Yuanhong said with a smile, when Gue Yuan sect was established, the Martial Pavilion existed. Until now, it has a history of more than 1,000 years. Sect leader. There are two disciples guarding the entrance of the Martial Pavilion. When they saw Zhuge Yuanhong, they immediately bowed and greeted. Tung Qingshan followed Zhuge Yuanhong and entered the Martial Pavilion. The first floor of the Martial Pavilion was filled with bookshelves, and on the bookshelves, there were secret manuals. Just on this floor alone, there are at least a few hundred secret manuals. Tung Qingshan exclaimed at his heart. A sect with more than 1,000 years of history is indeed extraordinary. The first and second floors are filled with human-level secret manuals and unranked secret manuals. The Earth-level secret manuals are underground. Follow me, Zhuge Yuanhong said as he walked along the bookshelves. There are more underground? Tung Qingshan followed. In the corner of the first floor, near the window, there was a desk. On the desk, there were wine pots, wine cups, and books. A white-haired old man was concentrating on reading a yellowed book. Martial Ancestor, Zhuge Yuanhong shouted. Tung Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Master's martial ancestor? Commander Ji Hong is Master's second martial uncle. Then, this person should be Ji Hong's master's master. Ji Hong is already more than 100 years old, so this old man should be more than 100 years old. However, there were many people in the sect, so it was not accurate to calculate age according to seniority. In Gue Yuan's sect, an old man in his 70s or 80s would still call a young man in his 20s or 30s as martial uncle. Oh, sect master. Only then did the white-haired old man wake up. Grandmaster, I didn't bring the key to the underground secret door. I'll have to trouble Grandmaster, Zhuge Yuanhong said. Tung Qingshan also noticed that the staircase leading to the secret passage was right behind the gray-haired old man. Sovereign, please wait a moment. The old man immediately walked down the stairs and took out a key to open the black steel door. With a clang, the door opened. Tung Qingshan glanced at the book and saw that it was flipped to an open page. At the top of the page was written, "The next day, Zhang Ye held a fine iron bow and entered the mountain again. This time, Zhang Ye did not make any mistakes and successfully killed a wild boar." Seeing these words, Tung Qingshan was somewhat stunned. He could immediately tell this was a random book of unofficial history. The old man glanced at Tung Qingshan and grinned. "Young man, you also like to read miscellaneous books? This is the unofficial history of Yangzhou's hero, Zhang Ye, from over 1,000 years ago. Although most of it is fake, it is still very interesting to read. If you like to read, can I lend you 2 books? No need. Tung Qingshan hastily said. Qingshan, Grandmaster is in charge of guarding the Martial Pavilion. You could just call him Elder Wu. Zhuge Yuanhong smiled. Qingshan greets Elder Wu. Tung Qingshan bowed. Elder Wu's eyes brightened. He smiled and said, "Oh, you are that Tung Ching Shan. I heard that you were the one who took over Ji Hong's position as the first commander after he retired." Good, that Ji Hong is also too much. He is already over 100 years old, but he still refuses to be a commander. He should have retired long ago. If he retired earlier, he wouldn't have lost an arm. Elder Wu, I will bring Qing Shan in first. Zhuge Yuanhong hastily said. Good. I know you think I'm too long-winded. Elder Wu buried his head and continued reading his unofficial history novel. Tung Qing Shan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Old kid. This old man who was over 100 years old had an interesting temper. Following the stairs, they entered the underground tunnel. The underground tunnel was very dark. After walking for a few zhong, they pushed open the stone door and entered a spacious room. There were 2 long burning lamps in the room, making the room not too dark. After Zhuge Yuanhong came in, he lit another 2 candles. Qing Shan, the bookshelves on both sides are filled with Earth-tier secret manuals. Zhuge Yuanhong said. Tung Qing Shan also noticed that on both sides of the room, there were 2 huge bookshelves that almost completely blocked the wall. There were secret manuals on the bookshelves, but there were also stones, metal pieces, and bamboo pieces. Most of the secret manuals here only have some moves and innate true origin circulation methods. The Dark Moon Spear Technique. Over there is the most precious secret manual of our Gue Yuan sect spear techniques. Inside, it contains the entire process of how to enter the innate stage, all the way to the golden dance stage of the innate stage. There are also some records of the experiences of our ancestors. Zhuge Yuanhong pointed to a bookshelf not far away. Tung Qing Shan immediately looked over. There was a thick stack of sheepskin placed there, and there were 3 stacks of sheepskin. This is... Tung Qing Shan was a little surprised. That sheepskin is the original copy of the Dark Moon Spear Technique. There are only detailed cultivation methods inside, but there is no intention to comprehend it. This is because this paper-making technique was only discovered a few hundred years ago. Hence, the original copies of the secret manuals from a long time ago. Actually, they're all stone tablets, metal plates, sheepskin, bamboo pieces, etc. The book at the side is a copy. Take one, Zhuge Yuanhong said. There were 3 copies of the Dark Moon Spear Technique there. Tung Qing Shan also realized that the 3 books were exactly the same. Tung Qing Shan took one. It's really thick. Tung Qing Shan casually flipped it open. The Dark Moon Spear Technique was created by an expert called Wu Kefen. It was mainly divided into postnatal, innate hollow Dan, innate true Dan, and innate golden Dan. Take this secret manual back and read it slowly. Qing Shan, remember, this Dark Moon Spear Technique is considered the best among the Earth-level secret manuals. You must not spread it. Zhuge Yuanhong said seriously. Yes, master. Tung Qing Shan also understood. Normally, Earth-level secret manuals only talked about the cultivation of the innate hollow dance stage. Some did not even mention the stage, and only talked about spear techniques. But this Dark Moon Spear Technique had everything from postnatal to innate golden dance stage. Such a secret manual was indeed very valuable. With your talent, if you give up the spear and learn the sword in 3 years, the cultivation of your sword techniques will definitely catch up to your spear techniques. At that time, you will have the Guiyuan Heart Sutra. After you step into the innate stage, the difficulty of cultivation will be much lower. Zhuge Yuanhong looked at Tung Qing Shan. If you choose this Dark Moon Spear Technique and regret it in the future, I will not give you the Guiyuan Heart Sutra. You have to consider it carefully now. Tung Qing Shan smiled. Master, I will learn spear techniques. Tung Qing Shan also understood his master's thoughts. 3 years? To let his sword techniques reach the current realm of spear techniques? In these 3 years, his spear techniques would probably reach a whole new realm. This path is chosen by you. Zhuge Yuanhong's expression was serious. The future depends on you. Also, a few days later, on the 28th of September, your senior will fight with you. At that time, I hope you will not hold back. If you win, you must win cleanly. Yes, master. Tung Shan was a little surprised. Master told him not to hold back. But don't be careless. Your senior is focused on cultivation. He rarely roams outside. Although he is not famous, his strength is still not bad. After Zhuge Yuanhong finished, he blew out the 2 candles. Let's go out. Tung Shan followed behind Zhuge Yuanhong and walked out of the martial pavilion. Clang! The door to the underground passage was closed. Tung Shan and Zhuge Yuanhong quickly left the martial pavilion. After that, Tung Shan went to the Black Armored Corps. As for Zhuge Yuanhong, he returned to his own residence. In the evening, a cool breeze blew, and the yellowed leaves fell. Tung Shan sat cross-legged in the backyard. His gaze fell on the Dark Moon Spear technique. The Dark Moon Spear technique was flipped open on the ground. The page that was flipped open was about how to step into the innate stage. According to the Dark Moon Spear technique, the most difficult thing is to let the spirit break through the Naiwan Palace. My spirit has already broken through the Naiwan Palace, which is the pinnacle of the post-liminary stage. I should be able to harmonize spirit and qi, let the spirit and inner strength merge into one, and form the innate true origin. Tung Shan read the contents of this page a few times. According to the secret manual, after the spirit breaks through the Naiwan Palace, what needs to be done is to concentrate in the Dantian, harmonize spirit and qi. These simple words. According to the experiences of the other 3 seniors who had practiced the Dark Moon Spear technique, concentrate in the Dantian, harmonize spirit and qi. When concentrate in the Dantian, it is actually the moment when the spirit and inner strength come into contact and merge. To produce the first innate true origin out of the 3 seniors, the fastest took only 2 hours. The slowest person took 3 days to complete the task. In short, once the spirit breaks through the Naiwan Palace and is at the peak of the post-liminary realm, it is not difficult to reach the innate realm. As for the speed, it should be related to the strength of the spirit. In my previous life, I was able to break through the Naiwan Palace with my spirit. After practicing for so long, I think that my realm is not lower than the average Holodan innate experts. With my spirit, I should be able to produce the innate true origin in 2 hours, but why? This afternoon, Tung Shan had already practiced for a total of 4 hours, but he still did not produce any innate true origin. What is going on? Tung Shan shook his head, stood up, and kept the secret manual in his bosom. Let's go and eat first. Of the 3 seniors, the slowest one took 3 days to complete the task. Let's continue practicing at night. Tung Shan was not someone who gives up easily. However, for 6 consecutive days. In these 6 days, Tung Shan did not care about the upcoming battle between him and Zhongfeng. All his energy was spent on how to reach the innate realm. Tung Shan spent most of his time on this every day. However, after 6 consecutive days of hard practice, the inner strength in Tung Shan's Dantian still did not produce the first innate true origin. This first innate true origin was the most important. Once the first one was produced, the conversion would be faster in the future. In these 6 days, there was no change in the inner strength. However, occasionally practicing the godly tiger form technique caused the strength of Tung Shan's body to increase at a constant rate. Of the 3 seniors who practiced the Dark Moon Spear technique, the fastest to produce the first innate true origin was 2 hours each. The slowest was 3 days. I have already spent 6 days, but there is still no change in my inner strength. Tung Shan was full of doubts. What is the reason? The peak of the post-liminary realm, the spirit breaking through the Naiwan Palace, they are all there. Compared to other warriors, my unique point is that my body is too strong. Could it be that my not reaching the innate realm is related to my body being too strong? Tung Shan was thinking about the reason. Chapter 157. The transformation of inner force into innate true origin should have nothing to do with the strength of one's body. Tung Qingshan thought for a long time and shook his head. He was not a stubborn person. Today is the 27th of September. Tomorrow is the day of the duel with Zhang Feng. I will try to train again in the next 2 days. If I still can't do it, then, after the duel, I will go find my teacher. He had no other choice but to ask Zhuge Yuanhong. He looked up at the sky. The sun shone through the mottled trees. He estimated that there was still more than 2 hours before lunch. I haven't seen Xiao Yu's training these days. I should go to the core disciples area. Tung Qingshan got up, and the muscles of his body fiercely shook. A strong wind was produced out of thin air from the inside, shaking off the dust on his clothes. Soon after, he left his residence, crossed Longgang, and headed towards the place where the core disciples trained. I remember Xiao Yu said that her teacher is called Wang Qinglan. Tung Qingshan walked on the bluestone path and saw 3 disciples practicing sword arts in the distance. He walked towards them. Sword light flashed. These 3 disciples moved quickly. They were also powerful experts. They also noticed Tung Qingshan walking towards them from afar. When they saw him, they immediately stopped practicing. It's Tung Qingshan. In the Great Hall, Zhuge Yuanhong accepted Tung Qingshan as his direct disciple and let Tung Qingshan take over the position of the first commander. Almost all the core disciples of the Gui Yuan sect knew Tung Qingshan. Lord Commander, the 3 of them immediately bowed. Do you know where Martial Aunt Wang Qinglan is teaching her disciples? Tung Qingshan asked. Martial Aunt Wang Qinglan is in the garden in the southeast. Martial Aunt's disciples are all in the garden. One of the core disciples pointed the way. Tung Qingshan nodded and walked towards the garden in the southeast. Garden, a small bridge with flowing water. It was quite elegant. On the east side of the river in the elegant garden was a spacious grassland. A group of female disciples were practicing their swordsmanship in the open space. On a chair to the side sat a beautiful woman in a light red robe. From time to time, she would guide the female disciples in their cultivation. On the west side of the river, there was a group of female disciples who were resting. Look at Tung Qingyu. She can't even use her sword art well. With her strength, she should be a 28th generation disciple. He actually became Master's disciple and is of the same generation as us. A green-clothed girl snorted. A thin, round-faced girl next to her also said, "There's nothing we can do about it. He has a good relationship with the sect master's daughter and has a powerful brother." The green-clothed girl sneered. "Don't you have a backer?" However, among us martial sisters, Tung Qingyu is the weakest. "All right, second senior sister, speak less." A young girl with an oval face said, "Qingyu has only been practicing swordsmanship for a few months after all. We've been practicing since we were young and have been practicing for many years. It's not her fault that Qingyu is weaker than us." "What's wrong, seventh junior sister? I heard that a few of you went shopping with Tung Qingyu the day before yesterday and ate her food. Now you're speaking up for her?" The green-clothed girl said eccentrically. The oval-faced girl's expression couldn't help but change. She sneered. "That's right. Junior sister Qingyu is a simple person. I like to be with her. What's wrong? The night before yesterday, it wasn't just us martial sisters. Even a young sect master went out with us. Unfortunately, it's just a daydream for someone to want the young sect master to accompany them." The green-clothed girl was furious. The oval-faced girl turned her head and walked to the side to sit down, completely ignoring the green-clothed girl. "This Tung Qingyu only has some silver. All of them are with her." The green-clothed girl snorted. A few months ago, Tung Qingyu was still very poor. Now that Tung Qingshan has returned, Tung Qingyu has silver. She just has a powerful brother. Even Master is biased. Someone at the side also said, "Second senior sister. Tung Qingshan is the sovereign's direct disciple and the first commander. It's not strange that those martial sisters have a good relationship with Tung Qingyu. I'm guessing that all of them want to marry Tung Qingshan." They want to climb up the tree branch and become a phoenix. Among the group of female disciples, there were some who had a good relationship with Tang Qingyu, but there were also some who couldn't stand Tang Qingyu. Weak. She had a backer. Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Qing had a good relationship with Tang Qingyu. All of these were enough to make people dislike Tang Qingyu. One must know that in the hearts of the female disciples, they also dreamed of marrying a powerful male disciple. For example, Zhuge Yun, Tang Qingshan, and Zhang Feng, who had a high status and were strong. They had long been secretly discussed by the group of female disciples. Some of the female disciples who were not good-looking and were very ordinary knew that they had no hope, so they became even more jealous. Become a phoenix? Just wait and see. Don't look at how well Tang Qingshan is doing now. Tomorrow, he will compete with senior brother Zhang Feng. I don't believe that Tang Qingshan can be senior brother Zhang Feng's opponent. The green-clothed girl humphed. Senior brother Zhang Feng has been the commander for a long time. Tang Qingshan is only 17 years old. No matter how powerful he is, he can't be compared to senior brother Zhang Feng. The round-faced girl echoed, "Yes." When that Tang Qingshan loses, he will lose his position as the first commander. He will be suppressed by senior brother Zhang Feng. Let's see if Tang Qingyu is still proud of herself. She often talks about her brother as if she is very proud of herself. The green-clothed girl sneered, "I heard that she is from the countryside. No wonder she has no upbringing. Second senior sister, what are you proud of? Do you think you can compare to junior sister Qingyu? Do you think you can chase after the young sovereign?" The oval-faced girl couldn't bear to listen anymore and said. The green-clothed girl's face flushed red. I. Tang Qingyu is just a village girl from the countryside. She is even more unworthy of the young sovereign. Let's not talk about her, even her brother. Tomorrow, he will definitely be beaten by senior brother Zhang Feng until he can't fight back. At this moment, Lord Commander, when two female disciples saw the person who came, their eyes lit up, and they immediately called out respectfully. The group of female disciples who were resting jumped in fright and turned to look. The green-clothed girl also looked over. Tang Qingshan, who was dressed in green, walked over. His gaze was like a knife as it swept across the green-clothed girl. The green-clothed girl only felt her heart tremble, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Beads of sweat seeped out of her forehead. Tang Qingshan only glanced at them, and, at the same time, he smiled and glanced at the oval-faced girl. He then walked towards the small bridge and walked toward the other side. When Commander Tang came over, I didn't even dare to breathe. Some female disciples were extremely excited. Commandant Tang smiled at me just now. The oval-faced girl was extremely surprised and happy. The green-clothed girl's face turned slightly pale as she looked at Tang Qingshan's back in fright. One look was enough to make her heart tremble. Tang Qingshan sighed to himself. The human heart is indeed complicated. Qingyu is friendly and simple. She was actually called a country girl, but fortunately, at least among these female disciples, many have a good relationship with Qingyu. Tang Qingshan had already guessed that there would definitely be people who were jealous of Qingyu. "Qingyu!" Tang Qingshan smiled and shouted. "Brother." Qingyu, who was practicing her sword, turned her head and immediately ran over in surprise. "Brother, why are you here?" Qingyu was very surprised. She had been practicing her sword for a long time, and this was the first time Tang Qingshan came to find her. "I came to see you." Tang Qingshan smiled and patted Qingyu's head. At this moment, the beautiful woman in a light red robe also smiled and walked over. "Lord Commander, Martial Ant, you could just call me Qingshan." Tang Qingshan smiled. According to status, the commander of the Black Armor Corps was the same level as the elders of the Gui Yuan sect. Although this Wang Qinglan was the 26th generation, there were many disciples of the 26th generation in the Gui Yuan sect. High seniority did not mean high status. After all, in the Gui Yuan sect, there were people who were 3 to 4 generations higher than the sovereign Zhuge Yuanhong. I wonder how my sister Xiaoyu is doing under Martial Ant's guidance. Tung Qingshan said. Qingshan. The beautiful woman smiled and said, Qingyu is a talented child, and she has a good understanding of sword arts. It's just that she has only been practicing for a short time. Also, she has little inner strength. She still needs to practice hard. Tung Qingshan nodded. Then I will have to trouble martial ant. It's my pleasure, the beautiful woman replied. Wang Qinglan and the others had been in the Gui Yuan sect for a long time. They could see clearly that Tung Qingshan was the first commander at such a young age, and was also the sovereign's direct disciple. In the future, it was hard to say what he would achieve in the Gui Yuan sect. It was very likely that he would become the new sovereign of the Gui Yuan sect. It was good to have a good relationship with him now. Tung Qingshan looked at the happy Qingyu, and he understood that those female disciples were jealous of Qingyu and looked down on her. But they did not dare to look down on Lady Qing, because Lady Qing was the sovereign's daughter, and Qingyu was only his sister. His strength had yet to be truly acknowledged. If he was recognized as the strongest of the younger generation, or even become an innate ranker, even if those girls were jealous, they would not dare to say it out loud. The battle with Zhang Feng must be won cleanly. Tung Qingshan thought to himself. 28th of September, the weather was gloomy. In the morning, the Black Armor Corps' training ground was filled with people. Whether it was the soldiers of the Black Armor Corps or the core disciples of the Gui Yuan sect, they had all arrived. Even the elders, custodians, and the sect leader had arrived to witness the battle. The importance of this battle was obvious. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. At the center of the arena, there was no one on the arena that was 100 feet long and wide. The densely packed crowd around the arena all looked at the arena. Commander Tung will definitely win. He is an expert of the earthly ranking. He is only 17 years old. Commander Zhang Feng has been cultivating in seclusion. I am afraid that Commander Tung is no match for Commander Zhang Feng. The soldiers of the Black Armored Corps and the core disciples of the Gui Yuan sect added up to more than 10,000 people. It was very noisy and bustling. Everyone was talking about it. There were 2 people competing in this battle. One of them was Zhang Feng, who was publicly acknowledged as the #1 person of the younger generation in the Gui Yuan sect. The other was Tung Qingshan, who had joined the Gui Yuan sect for less than a year and had already risen to fame. He was only 17 years old and was strong enough to enter the earthly ranking. Both of them were commanders of the Black Armored Corps. Who would win? This battle would decide who would be the strongest of the younger generation in the Gui Yuan sect. Perhaps the next sovereign of the Gui Yuan sect would be the one who won today. Phew! A tall black figure leaped onto the heads of the disciples and landed on the arena. This person had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was 9 chi, 25 meters tall. His face had a metallic luster, as if it was made of metal. This person was the junior of the sovereign, the second commander of the Black Armored Corps, Pang Shan. Pang Shan stood on the arena. Immediately, the tens of thousands of people quietened down. Pang Shan's gaze swept across the crowd, and he said loudly, "This battle, Commander Zhang Feng challenges Commander Tung Qingshan. The winner will be the first commander of the Black Armored Corps. Now, Commander Tung Qingshan, Commander Zhang Feng, please come to the arena." His voice was like thunder, resounding throughout the entire drill ground. 2 chapters have been updated. Today was the 6th of October. There is only 1 day left for the double monthly votes event. This was the last chance to vote on the last day. If the opportunity was missed, there would be no more. Therefore, Tomato asked everyone to support Tomato at this crucial moment. Yes, everyone knew that when Tomato wrote a book, he had to prepare at the beginning of every chapter. The climax would come very soon. At that time, Tomato would also explode. Yes, don't forget to throw monthly votes to Tomato. Right now, he was still quite a distance away from first place. That you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.